In this video, we'll show you what happened in the book version of The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and what the movies left out. For example, did you know the Aragorn, Arwen, and Éowyn love triangle was quite different in the books? Boromir actually dies at the beginning of the Two Towers book, and Shelob the Spider happens at the end of this book, not in The Return of the King. Also, the book is not chronological, so the first half follows the Fellowship minus Frodo and Sam, who we don't find out where they are until the halfway point of the book. We will use vertical footage on the right to remind you of what happened in the movie, as well as artwork that will appear in references to the book. Anyway, let's begin. Aragorn hastens his pace as he ascends to the peak of Amon Hen. Occasionally, he would stoop down to examine the ground. He is diligently tracing Frodo's footprints. Hobbits have a light step, and their footprints are not easily discernible even for a skilled ranger. However, not too far from the summit, a spring intersects the path, and in the damp soil, he discovers what he has been searching for. Frodo ran towards the hilltop. Aragorn, being a ranger, has mastered the art of tracking. He also had the privilege of learning from Elladan and Elrohir, Elrond's sons, during his extensive travels. He carefully examines marks in the dirt and nearby objects to determine which way to go. Aragorn gazes upon a vast eagle soaring in the sky above him. The world appears somber and distant. Suddenly, the voices of orcs and the resounding blast of Boromir's horn reach Aragorn's ears, its sound reverberating through the hills and valleys, rising above the noise of the waterfalls in a powerful cry. Boromir's primary motivation is to protect his homeland, Gondor, from the looming threat of Sauron. Unlike his companions, Boromir believes that the ring could be a powerful weapon against Sauron. Unfortunately, this belief leads him down a dark path, ultimately resulting in his attempt to forcibly take the ring from Frodo. Realizing that Boromir is in peril, Aragorn swiftly descends the path, only to realize that Sam is no longer accompanying him. As Aragorn sprints towards the battle, his voice echoes with a cry of Elendil, Elendil, also known as Elendil, the Tall or Voronda, was a revered figure from Númenor who led his people to Middle-earth after the downfall of their homeland. He established the realms of Arnor and Gondor, becoming the first king of both and the first High King of the Dúnedain. Elendil met his end in battle alongside High King Gil-galad, facing the Dark Lord Sauron during the War of the Last Alliance in the late Second Age. Aragorn's battle cry in the movies was Elendil, as he paid tribute to his forefather who led his people to the refuge of Middle-earth. The sound of the horn grows fainter and more desperate until it eventually ceases, accompanied by the fading echoes of the battle. About a mile away from Parth Galen, in a small clearing not too far from the lake, Aragorn discovers Boromir leaning against a tree, pierced by numerous arrows with the lifeless bodies of the orcs he valiantly fought to protect the hobbits. The film version of The Fellowship of the Ring concludes with an encounter between the Uruk-hai warriors, dispatched by the White Wizard Saruman, and the Fellowship. Meanwhile, in the books, Boromir's death occurs at the beginning of the Two Towers, where Aragorn discovers him grievously wounded, with numerous arrows piercing his body. There is no heroic last stand depicted, but rather a somber scene with lifeless orc corpses strewn about. Although Boromir's sword remains in his grasp, it is shattered near the hilt, and his horn, split in two, rests by his side. Jackson decided to introduce a new character named Lurtz in the Fellowship of the Ring to bring down Boromir during his last stand. Lurtz, the original commander of Saruman's scouts, is a film-only inclusion and does not appear in the original books. Lurtz emerges as the very first Uruk-hai creation of Saruman in the films, swiftly silencing the first orc he encounters with a lethal grip moments after his birth. As other orcs, known as Snaga, rush forward to intervene, Saruman steps in, captivated by the sheer malevolence and brutality of this newborn Uruk-hai. Regrettably, the hapless orc is left to face its grim death. Lurtz ascends to the position of Saruman's right hand, leading the vanguard of Uruk-hai warriors into a fierce clash against the Fellowship of the Ring at Amon Hen. As Merry and Pippin are seized and taken away, Lurtz advances towards the injured Boromir with a slow and menacing stride. However, just as he is about to deliver the final blow, Aragorn, alerted by the sound of Boromir's horn, swiftly steps in and engages in a fierce confrontation with Lurtz. Amidst the relentless struggle, Aragorn manages to deliver a decisive strike, severing Lurtz's arm and ultimately beheading him. However, in the book, Boromir meets his end at the hands of orc archers, who mercilessly rain down arrows upon him. As Aragorn kneels beside him, Boromir weakly admits his attempt to seize the ring from Frodo and reveals that the orcs have captured the hobbits. Boromir bids farewell to Aragorn and implores him to protect Gondor despite his own shortcomings. Instead of Boromir's original last words, "I have failed," Jackson opted for the memorable line, "I would have followed you, my brother, my captain, my king," which carries a less melancholic tone. This change allows Boromir to find redemption as he acknowledges Aragorn as his rightful leader, resulting in a more hopeful overall atmosphere and completing his character arc of overcoming his doubts and fears. Aragorn reassures Boromir that he has achieved a triumph and that Gondor will remain secure. Boromir passes away with a smile, leaving the fate of the hobbits and Frodo's whereabouts undisclosed to Aragorn. Director Peter Jackson decided to relocate this scene to the end of the first film. By doing so, the film not only culminates in an epic battle, allowing characters like Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, and Boromir to showcase their heroism, but it also grants Boromir a more poignant farewell compared to if it had remained at the beginning of The Two Towers. Aragorn kneels for a moment, overwhelmed with sorrow, still holding Boromir's hand. Aragorn is torn between the decision of heading to Gondor or embarking on the search for the hobbits. He grieves over the disintegration of the Fellowship and sheds tears for Boromir's lifeless body. Boromir's age, the books, is 41 years old, falling well short of Aragorn's age of 87 years old. This age gap adds depth to the relationship between the two men in the Fellowship and explains Aragorn's reaction to Boromir's demise. In both the books and movies, Boromir is depicted as less wise, less robust, and of lower status compared to Aragorn, largely due to being a steward's son. Legolas and Gimli stumble upon him in that very place, having been summoned belatedly by the sound of Boromir's horn. Gimli has his axe ready, and Legolas has his long knife out. All his arrows have been used up. The three companions devise a plan to give Boromir a proper burial on the river before determining their next course of action. Gimli acknowledges the challenges of building a cairn, as there are no suitable stones nearby. Legolas' age remains a mystery, as Tolkien never explicitly states his birth date. Given that elves are immortal, and Legolas's father hailed from the First Age, it is plausible that Legolas could have been born as early as the Second Age, predating the Fellowship of the Ring by over 3,000 years. However, it is also feasible that Legolas was born much later in the Third Age, making him a few hundred years old. The conflicting clues in the text make it challenging to pinpoint his exact age. Legolas' references to his companions as children suggest he is significantly older, yet his absence from Lorien and lack of mention in historical battles hint at a more junior status among elves. With these considerations in mind, it is likely that Legolas falls within the age range of 2,000 to 3,000 years, although there is room for interpretation on either side of this estimate. Gimli's age in The Lord of the Rings is much more clearly defined compared to that of his elven counterpart. Dwarves in Middle-earth were created by Aule, a Valar, rather than Eru, setting them apart from elves and men. While Eru allowed the existence of dwarves, they were not granted the same immortality as elves, nor the same short lives as men, as they had to withstand the dark influence of Morgoth. On average, dwarves live between 200 and 300 years, making Gimli relatively young at 139. Despite his grumpy demeanor and traditional ways, these characteristics are common among Tolkien's dwarves. Interestingly, Thorin Oakenshield was older during the Hobbit events than Gimli was during The Lord of the Rings. Aragorn proposes placing Boromir in a boat along with his weapons and the weapons of his defeated enemies. They would then send him to the Falls of Rauros and entrust him to the care of the River Anduin. This way, they would ensure that no malevolent creature would dishonor his remains. The bodies of the orcs are swiftly searched, with their swords, cloven helms, and shields being gathered into a pile. Legolas diligently searches through the pile and the surrounding area, managing to find several undamaged arrows that are longer in the shaft compared to the ones typically used by the orcs. To their surprise, some of the fallen adversaries are not orcs, but goblin soldiers bearing the white S, the emblem of Saruman. They have dark skin, slanted eyes, thick legs, and large hands. Instead of the curved scimitars typically wielded by orcs, they carried short, broad-bladed swords. Undoubtedly, the orcs plundered them, but were afraid to keep the knives. Recognizing their true nature, creations from Western Esse, enchanted to bring harm to Mordor. Goblin men and half-orcs are the offspring resulting from the unlikely union of men and orcs, a product of the early stages of breeding Uruk-hai. Although not as widespread as their Uruk-hai counterparts, they share a striking resemblance to the Dunlendings, from whom they may have descended. They have toiled alongside orcs within the depths of Isengard for countless years, diligently preparing for Saruman's impending conquest of Rohan. Their skilled hands forge weapons and armor, ensuring the might of his army, while some half-orcs serve as spies within the walls of Bree's Prancing Pony Inn. Uncertain of Frodo's whereabouts and whether he has been captured by the orcs, they come across two hobbits' knives among the possessions of the deceased orcs. Aragorn wants to take these items, holding on to a glimmer of hope that he could return them to their rightful owners if they are still alive and weaponless. Aragorn speculates that, just as Gandalf had feared, Saruman has become aware of their quest and is likely also aware of Gandalf's demise. Upon reaching the river, they realize that one of the boats is missing. The three companions fashion a makeshift bier using branches and their own cloaks to carry Boromir's body to the river. This task proves to be challenging due to Boromir's tall and strong physique. Boromir is gently placed in the center of the boat, which would carry him on his final journey. His grey hood and elven cloak are carefully folded and positioned beneath his head. His long dark hair is meticulously combed and arranged over his shoulders. The golden belt of Lorien shimmers around his waist. His helm is placed beside him, while the cloven horn and the broken pieces of his sword are laid across his lap. As a final gesture, the swords of his enemies are positioned beneath his feet. His own weapons are placed around him in the boat. Boromir appears serene as he rests upon the water. After spending hours arranging Boromir's funeral, they realize that it will be challenging to catch up with either pair of hobbits. They bid farewell to the funeral boat as it drifts away, keeping their gaze fixed upon it until it disappears from sight. In the future days of Gondor, it becomes a belief that the boat has carried Boromir all the way to the Great Sea. Aragorn and Legolas sing a mournful lament for Boromir, beseeching the west, south, and north winds for any tidings of him. Gimli, however, chooses not to sing the final verse about the east wind. Aragorn acknowledges that the people of Gondor merely endure the east wind and do not seek its news. The river had taken Boromir, the son of Denethor, and he was never seen again in Minas Tirith, where he used to stand upon the White Tower in the mornings. However, in Gondor, it was often told in later times that the elven boat had navigated the falls and the foaming pool, carrying him through Osgiliath and past the numerous mouths of the Anduin until it finally reached the Great Sea at night under the shimmering stars. Afterward, the funeral, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli maneuver their last boat and propels it with maximum velocity against the current, heading back to Parth Galen. Based on the evidence found on the shore, which includes a missing boat, 2 missing packs, and hobbit footprints, Aragorn understands that Frodo must have departed by boat while the rest of the Fellowship was away. He also concludes that Sam, who had guessed Frodo's intentions, followed him and left as well. Aragorn acknowledges that it would have been difficult for Frodo to leave Sam behind, even if he had intended to go alone. Gimli finds it peculiar that Frodo would leave without the rest of the company, but Aragorn admires his bravery. Frodo did not want to endanger his friends' lives and made the decision to take the ring to Mount Doom himself. Legolas speculates whether it was the orcs that prompted Frodo's hasty departure, but Aragorn disagrees. He chooses not to disclose to Legolas and Gimli that it was Boromir who provoked Frodo's sudden departure by attempting to seize the ring. Boromir's demise not only signified the disintegration of the Fellowship, but it also provided Peter Jackson with the opportunity to weave the two towers around the various factions. As Frodo and Sam embarked on their arduous journey from the Shire to Mordor, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli ventured towards Rohan, while Merry and Pippin find themselves in the clutches of the orcs. Boromir's tragic fall served as a catalyst for these diverging storylines, making it a logical starting point for the Two Towers. Aragorn, despite his desire to accompany Frodo until the end of his journey, understands that Frodo's destiny is no longer within his grasp. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli are faced with a difficult decision. Gimli states that they have two options, either to take the remaining boat and follow Frodo, or to pursue the orcs on foot. He acknowledges that both choices offer little hope and that they have already wasted precious time. Aragorn requests some time to think and hopes to make the right decision to change the unfortunate events of the day. Opting to go after Frodo and Sam would mean leaving Merry and Pippin to a grim fate. After a moment of silence, he finally declares that they will pursue the orcs to save Merry and Pippin. He emphasizes that they, the remaining members of the company, could not abandon their companions as long as they have the strength to continue. With the agility of a deer, Aragorn darts forward. Leading the way through the forest, he guides them tirelessly and swiftly now that his decision has been made. They manage to pick up the trail of the orcs from the glade where Boromir met his demise. These orcs are swift and relentless, destroying everything in their path. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli are left with no choice but to pursue them on foot. Leaving the woodland near the lake, they ascend steep slopes, silhouetted sharply against the reddening sky at sunset. Determined to continue their pursuit, they decide to push forward throughout the day and into the night. They envision themselves as participants in an epic chase and refer to themselves as the Three Hunters. If the movie had depicted the Fellowship realizing Frodo is missing before abruptly ending, it would have been underwhelming. This decision gives the film a sense of completeness, with its own distinct beginning, middle, and end, thanks to the intense battle sequence and Boromir's poignant sacrifice. Chapter 2: The Riders of Rohan. As night falls, darkness envelops the land. A mist lingers among the trees below, casting an eerie atmosphere on the edge of the Anduin River. However, above, the sky is clear, and stars begin to twinkle. The waxing moon rises in the west, illuminating the rocky terrain with deep shadows. The group has reached the base of stony hills, where the path becomes more challenging to navigate. The Emyn Muil Highlands stretch from north to south, with rugged ridges on the western side and gentler slopes on the east, marked by gullies and ravines. The trio tirelessly traverses the barren terrain, scaling the first and highest ridge, only to descend into the depths of a winding valley on the other side. Exhausted, they finally find respite in the tranquil moments before dawn. The moon has long disappeared, leaving behind a sky adorned with shimmering stars. Aragorn's attire has been subtly altered in this film from the previous installment. He now sports the leather wrist gauntlets of Gondor, a tribute to his late companion Boromir, from whom he acquired them. The first rays of daylight have yet to grace the dark hills in the distance. Aragorn, momentarily perplexed, ponders their next move. The trail left by the orcs has led them into the valley, but has mysteriously vanished. Legolas breaks the silence, questioning the possible direction the orcs might have taken. Aragorn suggests that they will not make their way to the river. Unless Rohan is facing dire circumstances and Saruman's power has significantly grown, they will choose the shortest route across the fields of the Rohirrim. The valley cuts through the rugged hills like a deep groove, with a small stream meandering among the rocks below. On their right, a cliff looms ominously, while to their left, the grey slopes rise up, cloaked in darkness under the night sky. For cinematic purposes and time constriction, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli's quest to find the hobbits is given much shorter screen time due to the film's runtime. They continue northward for over a mile. Aragorn scours the ground, searching diligently among the crevices and valleys that lead towards the western ridge. Legolas, a bit ahead, suddenly lets out a cry, prompting the others to rush towards him. He gestures towards the foot of the slope, where what appears to be boulders turned out to be lifeless bodies. 5 orcs lie there, brutally slain with numerous vicious blows, 2 of them even beheaded. The ground beneath them is stained with their dark blood. It appears to Aragorn that these orcs are dead because of a disagreement that broke out between orcs. None of the high-ranking orcs with the peculiar badges are among the fallen. Aragorn carefully examines the area, searching for any signs of the battle, but finds none. They continue their journey. A little further north, they reach a small valley where a narrow stream flows, creating a rocky path. Bushes and patches of grass adorn its sides. They have found the tracks he has been searching for. Without hesitation, the pursuers swiftly change direction and follow the newly discovered trail. Daybreak paints the sky red as the sun emerges over the dark land. In the west, the world appears still and colorless, but as they gaze, the night shadows dissipate and the vibrant hue of the waking earth returns. Peter Jackson filmed The Two Towers mainly in New Zealand from October 1999 to December 2000 within 438 days. The trilogy was filmed in more than 150 locations, mostly on location with some scenes shot in large sound stages. Green spreads across the vast meadows of Rohan. White mists dance in the water vales and, in the distance to the left, the majestic white mountains stand, their peaks adorned with glistening snow and tinged with the rosy light of morning. The companions stood upon the ridge. They are close to the east wall of Rohan. This marks the end of the Emyn Muil, and beyond it, the vast green plains of the Rohirrim extend as far as the eye could see. Legolas notices a large company of people in the distance, but he cannot discern any further details or determine their identity. It appears that the orcs have advanced with utmost haste. Occasionally, the pursuers stumble upon discarded items, food bags, remnants of stale bread, a torn black cloak, a broken shoe with heavy iron nails. With a burst of speed, Aragorn darts towards the right, veering away from the well-trodden path. His keen eyes have caught sight of a set of footprints, distinct from the others, belonging to small, bare feet. However, these tracks don't lead far before they intersect with orc prints, emerging both ahead and behind on the main trail. Aragorn bends down and retrieves something from the lush grass before dashing back. In the film, Legolas states that Uruks have changed direction and are now heading towards the northeast. They are escorting the hobbits to Isengard. In the book, however, it isn't clear to the trio where the orcs are going yet. Aragorn shows Legolas and Gimli an object that sparkles in the sunlight. It resembles a freshly opened leaf of a beech tree. It is the clasp of an elven cloak. The trio believes that it was deliberately discarded as a sign for anyone who might come after. In the film, Aragorn only discovers the object after he presumed the hobbits dead, burnt alongside the orcs. Also, the object leads them directly into Fangorn Forest. The sun dips below the horizon as the shadows grow longer behind the weary hunters. It has been a day since Boromir's fall, and the orcs remain out of sight in the vast plains ahead. As night begins to envelop them, Aragorn has made a difficult decision. They have only rested briefly during the day's march, and now there are 12 leagues between them and the eastern wall where they started at dawn. Legolas informs them that orcs rarely travel openly under the sun, but these particular orcs have. Gimli expresses concern about following their trail at night, but Legolas assures him that the trail is straight and wouldn't deviate. Aragorn suggests he could lead them in the darkness by guessing the path, but warns of potential delays if they stray or the orcs change direction. Gimli points out that only during the day could they follow tracks to see if anyone had escaped or been taken away towards Mordor. Aragorn agrees, noting that the signs indicate the orcs are headed to Isengard. Legolas remarks that the orcs would be extra cautious now and the prisoners would be even more exhausted. Their first priority is to catch up with them. Gimli, a seasoned dwarf with numerous journeys under his belt, admits that even he couldn't run all the way to Isengard without taking a break. He suggests that the darkness of night would be the ideal time for them to take a break. After a brief rest, Aragorn wakes before dawn and insists that they press on before the trail fades. Aragorn lies himself on the ground, pressing his ear against the turf. He remains motionless for such a long time that Gimli wonders if he had fainted or fallen back asleep. Finally, Aragorn stands up, revealing his face to his companions. It appears pale and strained, reflecting his troubled thoughts. He tells them that the footsteps of their enemies are distant and feeble. He heard horses galloping in his dreams, passing to the west. However, the sound of hooves is loud and clear. They are moving farther away from them, riding northward. And so the third day of their relentless pursuit commences. Throughout the endless hours of shifting clouds and intermittent sunlight, they press on without pause, their strides alternating between brisk walking and swift running. Conversation is scarce among them as they traverse the vast expanse of solitude, their elven cloaks blending seamlessly with the backdrop of the misty grey-green fields. As the day gradually draws to a close, they arrive at long stretches of treeless slopes where the land ascends, swelling towards a line of low, rounded hills in the distance. There is no sign of any living creature. The Rohirrim's homes are mostly located far to the south, nestled under the forested slopes of the White Mountains, currently shrouded in mist and clouds. In the past, the Horse Lords had maintained numerous herds and horse breeding grounds in the Easternet, the eastern part of their kingdom, where the herdsmen roamed freely, dwelling in temporary camps and tents, even during the harsh winter months. However, now the entire land lies deserted, enveloped in a silence that feels unsettling, devoid of the usual tranquility. The Rohan, known as the Kingdom of Rohan and the Riddermark, Rohanese, is a magnificent realm of men nestled in the region formerly known as Calanadhon. It is situated in the vast plains between the Misty Mountains and the White Mountains. It stretches from the western banks of the River Isen to the eastern shores of the River Anduin. The border of Rohan is adorned by the enchanting Fangorn Forest, while the elven forest of Lothlorien lies to the north of the River Limelight. The realm is famously known as Rohan among the inhabitants of Gondor, and its inhabitants are called the Rohirrim, which translates to the Horse Lords. However, the people of Rohan refer to themselves as the Eorlingas, the descendants of Eorl the Young, the first king of Rohan. The region of Calanadhon was bestowed upon Auril and his people by Cirion, the steward of Gondor, as a token of gratitude for their valiant service against the Balcoth in battle. Eorl pledged an unwavering oath of friendship and assistance to the lords of Gondor, promising to aid them whenever called upon. Thus, the Kingdom of Rohan had become the most steadfast allies of the men of Gondor that endures well into the later years of the Third Age and beyond. Renowned for their exceptional cavalry and mastery of horsemanship, they are unrivaled in their equestrian skills. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli have already travelled 24 leagues across the plains of Rohan, and the Emyn Muil Wall has disappeared into the darkness of the east. Legolas expresses his frustration and says that he doesn't want them to stop now. He fears that the orcs may have already reached the forest and the dark hills, slipping into the shadows of the trees. Aragorn pauses and closely examines the tracks. He senses that the orcs rested there for a while. But even the trail they left behind is already old. It has been approximately 36 hours since the orcs stood where they now stand. If they maintained their pace, they would have reached the borders of Fangorn by sundown yesterday. Gimli suggests they keep moving forward. Aragorn follows behind, silent and serious, occasionally stopping to examine tracks on the ground. Legolas, on the other hand, continues to move gracefully, barely leaving a trace on the grass with his light steps. He sustains himself with elvish waybread, finding solace in elvish dreams even as he remains awake in the world's light. Ahead, to the east, their gaze falls upon the windswept highlands of the Wold of Rohan, a sight they had caught a glimpse of days ago while sailing down the Great River. To the northwest looms the ominous Fangorn Forest, its dark presence felt even from a distance of 10 leagues. Its edges are shrouded in shadows, blending into the distant blue horizon. Far beyond, Methedras, the tallest peak of the Misty Mountains, shimmers in the distance. Aragorn follows the trail towards the forest. There, he spots a shadow. He swiftly throws himself to the ground, listening intently. However, Legolas doesn't see a shadow. Instead, he discerns the figures of horsemen, numerous in number, their spears glinting in the morning light like tiny stars beyond mortal sight. Legolas confirms that there are 105 riders. Their hair is yellow and their spears shine brightly. They are barely 5 leagues away. The companions descend from the hilltop to avoid being an easy target against the sky. They settle down on the grass, cloaked and huddled together, waiting anxiously. Gimli, feeling uneasy, asks Aragorn about the horsemen. Aragorn shares that he has encountered them before. They are proud and strong-willed, yet kind-hearted and noble in their actions. However, Aragorn is unsure of their current situation and where their loyalty lies amid Saruman's betrayal and Sauron's threat. Despite not being related, they have long been allies of Gondor. El the Young brought them from the north in ancient times, establishing their bond. Long ago, in the Forgotten Years, Errol the Young led them out of the north. Their kinship lies with the Bardings of Dale and the Beornings of the Wood, where one can still find many tall and fair men, much like the riders of Rohan. They have no love for the orcs. After a while, even Gimli could hear the distant sound of galloping hooves, and now the cries of powerful voices echo across the fields. With a thunderous roar, they charge forward, the leader of the horsemen veering past the hill and guiding the rest of the group southward along the western edge of the downs. Riding in pairs, they gallop past, occasionally scanning the surroundings, yet seemingly unaware of the three strangers observing them in silence. Just as the host was about to pass, Aragorn calls out with a booming voice, "What news do you bring from the north, riders of Rohan?" With incredible speed and expertise, they swiftly bring their steeds to a halt, pivot, and charge forward. In no time, the trio find themselves encircled by a group of horsemen, galloping in a continuous loop, ascending and descending the hillside around them, gradually closing in. Aragorn remains silent while the other two companions sit motionless, uncertain of what would unfold. The riders suddenly cease their advance. A thicket of spears is aimed towards them, and some of the horsemen have bows in hand, arrows already nocked. Then a tall man, towering above the rest, rides forth. He approaches until the tip of his spear is merely a foot away from Aragorn's chest. Aragorn remains unmoved. The rider asks Aragorn what they are doing on these lands. As the Rohirrim surrounded the three hunters, multiple cameras were simultaneously used to capture a more authentic shot. Aragorn introduces himself as Strider and that he is hunting orcs. The rider dismounts, handing his spear to another who rides up beside him. Drawing his sword, he stands face to face with Aragorn, studying him intently, a hint of astonishment in his gaze. Finally, he speaks once more. The rider admits having initially mistaken them for orcs. He then asks Aragorn about his ancestry and if he is of elvish descent. Aragorn denies it and points out that Legolas is the only elf among them. In the film, Aragorn is never questioned about his elven ancestry. The rider then suspects them of being spies. Gimli gets upset and threatening with his axe and insists that the rider identifies himself. The rider looks down at the dwarf and says he is called Eomer, son of Eormund, and he holds the title of the third Marshal of Riddermark. Angrily, Eomer threatens to cut off Gimli's head. Eomer, a soldier and captain of Rohan, is the nephew of King Theoden, but Legolas swiftly intervenes, bending his bow and preparing an arrow with hands that moves faster than the eye could follow. Eomer raises his sword, ready for a confrontation, but Aragorn swiftly steps in between them, raising his hand. He asks forgiveness, promises to reveal their full story, and insists that they harbour no ill intentions towards Rohan or its people, be it man or horse. Aragorn then asks if the riders are friends or foe of Sauron, the Dark Lord of Mordor. Upon meeting Eomer, Aragorn confidently introduces himself and his companions. While he proudly mentions his own father and Gimli's, he simply refers to Legolas as hailing from the enchanting woodland realm. Eomer declares that he pledges his allegiance solely to the Lord of the Mark, Theoden King, son of Thengel. They do not bow to the power of the Black Land from afar. However, they are not in open conflict with him either. Aragorn then informs them how important it is to eliminate orcs, and that their two friends have been captured. With a swift motion, Aragorn reveals his elven sheath, drawing out Anduril, the Flame of the West. "Behold Elendil!" he exclaims. "I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, known as Elessar, the Elfstone, Dunedain, the heir of Isildur, son of Elendil of Gondor. This is the reforged sword that was broken. Will you stand with me or stand against me? Make your choice swiftly." Gimli and Legolas exchange astonished glances as they observe their companion. They have never seen him in such a state before. He appears to have grown taller, while Eomer seems to have diminished in stature. In Aragorn's vibrant countenance, they catch a fleeting glimpse of the regal might and grandeur of the Stone Kings. For a moment, Legolas thought he saw a radiant crown of white flames adorning Aragorn's brow. In the film, Aragorn doesn't yet possess the sword Anduril as it has not been reforged. This only takes place in the third film, The Return of the King. For the time being, the sword is still in Rivendell. Éomer takes a step back, his face filled with awe. He lowers his proud gaze and mutters that these are strange times. Dreams and legends come to life before their very eyes. Éomer informs them that Boromir borrowed a horse from them once, but the horse returned without him. Aragorn requests an audience with Theoden King. In the film, Éomer never mentions Boromir and that he took one of their horses. Éomer then adds that they have vanquished the orcs. Aragorn demands to know if they came across hobbits. Éomer says they only found orcs and they looted them, and piled up the corpses and burned them, as is their tradition. The ashes are still smouldering. Éomer then addresses the trio and states that he believes them, but he wants to know more about their mission. Aragorn states that their fellowship was led by Gandalf the Grey. Éomer knows who Gandalf is and admits that his name no longer holds favour with the king. He has been a guest in their land on numerous occasions, appearing after a season or even after many years. He is always associated with strange events. Some even consider him a harbinger of evil. The last time Gandalf visited, everything has gone awry. It was then that their troubles with Saruman began. Until that point, they regarded Saruman as a friend. However, Gandalf arrived and warned them of an impending war in Isengard. He claimed to have been a prisoner in Orthanc and barely escaped. He pleaded for their assistance, but Theoden refused to listen and sent him away. Gandalf took the horse known as Shadowfax, the most prized steed of the king, the leader of the Miaras, a breed that only the Lord of the Mark may ride. The sire of their lineage was the great horse of Yol, who understood the language of men. Shadowfax returned 7 nights ago, but the king's anger has not subsided, as the horse has become wild and refuses to be handled by anyone. Aragorn announces that Gandalf will no longer ride. He disappeared in the mines of Moria and will not return. Éomer is saddened by the news. In the film, Aragorn reveals nothing about Gandalf to Éomer. Éomer also doesn't say anything about Gandalf. In the book, Aragorn also reveals that Boromir has fallen. Éomer is shocked and states that Boromir was a noble man, praised by all. Éomer then says that war is inevitable with Sauron. The Rohirrim will not abandon their long-standing alliance with Gondor, and they will support them in their fight. But right now, their main concern is Saruman. He has claimed dominion over their entire land, and they have been at war with him for many months. He has enlisted orcs, wolf riders, and wicked men into his service. He has also closed the gap, trapping them from both the east and the west. It's a dangerous game dealing with such a foe, a cunning wizard with many disguises. They say he roams around as an old man, hooded and cloaked, much like Gandalf. His spies slip through every net, and his ominous birds fill the sky. Éomer then invites the 3 companions to meet the king of Rohan. There's a battle raging in the Westernet, Éomer says. He wants Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli to join them in battle. Aragorn says that they would love to help, but right their friends are more important. Éomer then argues that it is strictly prohibited to allow strangers to wander freely in their land until the king himself grants them permission. Aragorn insists that he is not a stranger and that he has fought alongside the Rohirrim before. He also states that he has met Éomer's father, Éomund and Theoden, son of Thengel. In the past, no noble lord of this land would have forced a man to abandon a quest like Aragorn's. He then gives Éomer an ultimatum. Help them, or at the very least, let them go free. Éomer remains silent for a moment before responding. He decides to let them go and he gives them horses too. But he has one request. Once they have found their friends, they should return the horses to Meduseld, the grand hall in Edoras where Theoden currently resides. Aragorn agrees. In the film, Éomer insinuates that Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli are spies sent by Saruman, but he believes them when they deny it. A magnificent dark grey horse named Hasafel was brought to Aragorn, and he mounted it. A smaller and more spirited horse named Arod was brought to Legolas. However, Legolas requested that they remove the saddle and reins. To everyone's astonishment, the horse obeyed his every command with just a spoken word. This was the Elvish way with all good beasts. Gimli was lifted up behind his friend, holding on tightly, feeling just as uneasy as Sam Gamgee in a boat. As they bid farewell, the horses of Rohan gallop swiftly. Aragorn, focused on the path ahead, rides with determination, his gaze fixed on the trail as they race forward. Upon reaching the Entwash borders, they encounter the second trail mentioned by Éomer, originating from the Wold in the east. Aragorn dismounts, carefully examining the ground before riding eastward to follow the fresh trail. After a thorough search, he concludes that the orcs have likely attempted to flee upon realizing they were being pursued. The tree-covered slopes of Fangorn loom closer, growing darker as the day progresses. They encounter fallen orcs along the way, pierced by arrows, but no clear trail to follow. By late afternoon, they reach the edge of the forest and stumble upon a clearing where a great fire has recently burned. The remnants are still smouldering, surrounded by a heap of weapons and armor. A goblin head is displayed on a stake, bearing a familiar white badge on its helm. Aragorn and his companions scour the battlefield as darkness descends, but find no sign of Merry and Pippin. Aragorn remains determined to stay and continue the search, emphasizing the importance of perseverance in the face of darkness. As they set up camp just beyond the battlefield, under the shelter of a chestnut tree with its dry, brown leaves rustling in the night breeze, Gimli suggests lighting a fire despite the danger. Legolas warns of attracting not only orcs, but other unknown dangers, considering their proximity to Saruman's territory and the perilous Fangorn forest. Aragorn cautions against touching the trees of Fangorn, reminding them of the Rohirrim's recent burning of the area. Gimli reassures them that there is enough dead wood for fuel and sets about building a fire. Legolas recalls Celeborn's warning about not venturing too deep into Fangorn. Aragorn is skeptical and says that he has heard countless tales in Gondor and beyond and would dismiss them as mere fables concocted by men. In the film, the trio only come across Fangorn Forest once they found clothing that the hobbits left behind for them. Viggo Mortensen, who plays Aragorn, suffered a fracture in 2 of his toes when he kicked the steel helmet near the orc pyre. Surprisingly, this particular take made it into the final version of the film. Director Sir Peter Jackson expressed his admiration for Mortensen's genuine cry of pain as Aragorn, initially unaware that it was due to his actual toe injury. Mortensen continued to act despite the severity of his injury. He later mentioned that the reason this incident was even mentioned in the DVD release was because of his profession as an actor, highlighting that the stunt crew had endured far worse injuries and persevered without the same reverence from fans. Aragorn drifts off to sleep. Legolas lies still, his eyes open, lost in a deep elven dream. Gimli sits by the fire, deep in thought, running his thumb along the edge of his axe. Trees rustle, but there is no other sound. Suddenly, Gimli looks up and sees an old man standing just at the edge of the firelight. The man is hunched over, leaning on a staff, and wrapped in a cloak with a wide-brimmed hat covering his eyes. Gimli is too astonished to speak, momentarily thinking that Saruman has found them. Aragorn and Legolas, awakened by Gimli's sudden movement, sit up and stare. The old man remains silent, not uttering a word or making any gesture. Aragorn, eager to offer assistance, invites the man to come closer and warm himself by the fire. However, when Aragorn approaches, the old man has vanished. There is no trace of him nearby, and they are hesitant to venture too far in the dark night. Suddenly, Legolas lets out a cry of alarm. "The horses! The horses!" But to their dismay, the horses are nowhere to be found. They have somehow managed to break free from their pickets and vanish into thin air. The 3 companions stand in silence, their hearts heavy with the weight of this misfortune. They are deep within the forest of Fangorn, with countless leagues separating them from the men of Rohan, their only allies in this treacherous land. As they stand there, a faint sound reaches their ears, the distant whinnying and neighing of horses in the night. But just as quickly as it comes, the sound fades away, leaving only the chilling rustle of the wind. So, they continue their journey on foot. Legolas trails behind Aragorn, with Gimli close on his heels. The film, on the other hand, does not show the three companions travelling through Fangorn Forest at night, nor resting and encountering an old man. Instead, they encounter Gandalf fairly quickly, who has returned to Middle-earth. Chapter 3, The Uruk-hai. Pippin finds himself in a nightmarish dream, surrounded by darkness and fear. In the eerie tunnels, his voice echoes, desperately calling out for Frodo. However, instead of his friend, he is met with a horde of terrifying orc faces leering at him, with countless arms reaching out to grab him. Pippin awakens from a dreadful dream, only to discover himself bound next to Merry amidst a horde of orcs. He recollects the encounter with these creatures in the forest, where he and Merry valiantly tried to confront them before Boromir's arrival. Unfortunately, the orcs have overpowered Pippin after mercilessly attacking Boromir with arrows. Now he finds himself in a state of uncertainty, unaware of his companion's fate or his current whereabouts. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, he yearns for rescue and regrets Gandalf's persuasion of Elrond to allow the hobbits to join the Fellowship. The portrayal of Merry in the movies differs greatly from the one in the books. In the films, he is depicted as a carefree jester, always seeking fun and adventure alongside Pippin. However, the Merry in the books is a wise and responsible hobbit who takes his duties seriously. He is known for his reliability and dependability, traits that set him apart. In the books, Merry shares an incredibly close friendship with Frodo right from the start. While their friendship is evident in the movies, it pales in comparison to the depth portrayed in the books. Merry is exceptionally perceptive and intelligent, and he is aware of the existence of the One Ring long before Bilbo leaves the Shire. This knowledge drives him to actively assist and protect Frodo. Unlike in the movies, where both Merry and Pippin are oblivious to the gravity of the situation when they leave the Shire with Sam and Frodo. Just like in the books, Pippin is depicted as a bit less responsible than his fellow hobbits, but the movies really play up this aspect of his character. Despite his love for food and fun, he's still a kind-hearted hobbit at heart. Pippin often finds himself in troublesome situations, although he never actively seeks them out. However, there are also occasions when he actively seeks out mischief and excitement, like when he indulges in the fireworks display during Bilbo's birthday celebration. As soon as they notice Pippin's consciousness, the orcs intimidate him into staying motionless. Pippin is terrified, lying still as the pain in his wrists and ankles intensifies, the stones digging into his back. In an attempt to distract himself, he focuses on the voices around him. Despite the usual hate and anger in orc speech, it is clear that a heated argument has erupted among them. Surprisingly, Pippin could understand much of what is being said. Many orcs are speaking in common language. It appears that members of different tribes are present, unable to comprehend each other's orc speech. The debate grows more intense as they discuss their next move and the fate of the prisoners. It becomes apparent that they have been instructed to bring any hobbits they come across back to Isengard, but they must be brought back alive and captured. Ugluk, an orc who seems to be in charge, emerges and eliminates several followers of Grishnuk, another orc who questions Saruman's authority. The clash of weapons being drawn fill the space. Pippin cautiously turns over, eager to witness the unfolding events. His guards have already joined the fight. In the dim light, he spots a towering black orc, likely Ugluk, standing off against Grishnuk, a squat, crooked creature with long arms that almost touch the ground. Surrounding them are numerous smaller goblins, presumably from the north. Despite brandishing their knives and swords, they hesitate to attack Ugluk. Ugluk bellows, prompting other orcs of similar stature to rush to his side. Suddenly, without warning, Ugluk lunges forward and swiftly decapitates two of his adversaries. Grishnuk sidesteps and vanishes into the shadows. The remaining foes retreat, one stumbling over Merry's unconscious body. Ugluk's followers leap over him to dispatch another with their deadly swords. The orcs are preparing for another march, yet a few of the northerners remain hesitant. The Isengarders have managed to eliminate two more before the others are intimidated into submission. Chaos and profanities fill the air. In the midst of it all, Pippin finds himself momentarily unattended. Although his legs are tightly bound, his arms are only restrained at the wrists, allowing his hands to be positioned in front of him. In a stroke of luck, one of the slain orcs falls on top of Pippin, still clutching a knife. Seizing the opportunity while Ugluk is preoccupied, Pippin employs the knife to free himself from the ropes that bind his arms. He cleverly keeps the ropes in place to avoid arousing suspicion and patiently awaits the perfect moment to make his escape. In the Two Towers film, Merry and Pippin have been captured by the orcs and find themselves in a dire situation. The orcs are tired of all the running and decide to start a fire. Pippin's hands are bound and he crawls to Merry, who has just woken up from an unconscious state. Merry then proclaims that he thinks they should have never left the Shire. As Merry and Pippin plan their daring escape, Pippin's ears catch the faint whispers of the trees that the orcs have mercilessly cut down. It reminds him of the tales he had heard about talking trees that can walk. In the book, Pippin shoves the lifeless orc aside and he cautiously holds his breath and skillfully maneuvers the wrist cord against the blade of his knife. The blade is razor sharp and the lifeless hand clings onto it stubbornly. The cord is severed. Acting swiftly, Pippin delicately fashions it into a loose bracelet with 2 loops and gently slid it over his hands. He then remains completely motionless, waiting for what would come next. Pippin is forcefully taken by an orc who holds his head tightly between his bound hands and forcefully pulls his arms downwards. This causes Pippin's face to be pressed against the orc's neck, and then the orc swiftly carries him away. Similarly, another orc treats Merry in the same manner. The orc's hand, with its claw-like grip, holds Pippin's arms firmly like unyielding iron, causing the nails to dig into his skin. Pippin closes his eyes and drifts back into disturbing dreams. Suddenly, he is abruptly thrown onto the hard, stony floor once again. Although it is still early in the night, the slender moon is already descending towards the west. The hobbits find themselves at the mercy of the orcs as they are brought to the edge of a treacherous cliff, overlooking a vast expanse of pale mist that resembled a sea. The sound of water cascading could be heard nearby. Ugluk is tending to Merry in a manner typical of orcs, and his methods prove to be effective. After administering a drink from his flask to the hobbit, removing his leg restraints and helping him stand, Merry rises, appearing pale yet determined and resilient, and very much alive. The wound on his forehead no longer bothers him, but he carries a permanent brown scar as a reminder. After severing the thongs encircling Pippin's legs and ankles, Ugluk grasps him by his hair and positions him upright. Pippin stumbles and Ugluk promptly yanks him up by his hair once more. This spectacle elicits laughter from a number of orcs. Ugluk forcefully inserts a flask into his mouth and administers a fiery concoction down his throat, causing a scorching and intense warmth to surge within him. The agony in his legs and ankles dissipates, enabling him to regain his ability to stand. His mind remains sharp and alert, occasionally conjuring an image of Strider's determined face following a dark trail. Pippin finds himself lagging behind in the line, wondering how much longer he could keep up without any food since morning. The orcs force them to descend on their own. As they make their way down, an orc scout catches sight of a lone horseman, but decides against attacking him. Instead, the scout urges the orcs to hasten their journey to Isengard, fearing that the horseman may alert the Rohirrim to their presence. In the movie, the hobbits are not taken to a cliff. Instead, they watch the orcs fight about food. One of the orcs suggests that they need to eat meat and point at the 2 hobbits. Then Ugluk tells him that the hobbits are not for eating. He then grabs Merry and Pippin to his side to make sure the other orcs don't come near them. Grishnak then argues that the hobbits don't need their legs. He thinks they look very tasty. Ugluk says that the hobbits need to be taken to Saruman completely unharmed. Grishnak, however, doesn't agree. A fight then ensues where the first orc that suggested they eat the orcs is decapitated and eaten by all the other orcs. In the book, Pippin's mind is suddenly struck by a spontaneous idea, prompting him to swiftly act upon it. Without hesitation, he veers to the right, skillfully evading the grasp of his pursuing guard and plunges headfirst into the mist. As a result, he finds himself sprawled on the grass upon landing. Pippin quickly gets up and flees. However, he soon finds himself pursued by the orcs, who unexpectedly appears directly in his path. The warmth from the orc draft has vanished. Pippin once again feels cold and nauseous. Suddenly, he collapses face first onto the ground. Rough hands with sharp nails grab hold of him and lifts him up. He is carried like a lifeless object once more, and darkness envelops him. Whether it is the darkness of another night or a blindness in his own eyes, he couldn't discern. Although he is soon apprehended, he cleverly discards the brooch from his cloak, hoping that Aragorn will be able to trace it. However, as the orcs carry him away, Pippin resigns himself to the belief that his attempt was in vain, considering that the rest of the company would most likely have followed Frodo. Vaguely, Pippin becomes aware of clamoring voices. It appears that many of the orcs are demanding a halt. Ugluk is shouting. There is a great deal of commotion and deliberation among the orcs. A dispute appears to be on the verge of erupting once more between the Northerners and the Isengarders. Pippin feels himself thrown to the ground, remains there as he had fallen, until black dreams overcome him. After a series of profanities and physical altercations, the majority of the individuals from the northern region disengage and hastily flees. More than 100 of them sprint recklessly alongside the river, heading towards the towering mountains. The hobbits then find themselves in the company of the Isengarders, a somber group of at least 80 large, dark-skinned orcs with menacing slanted eyes, armed with powerful bows and short, wide-bladed swords. Some of the more courageous Northerners also stayed behind with them. In the movie, Merry and Pippin are shoved aside as the orcs eat their fallen comrade. Neither of the hobbits are falling asleep and having nightmares. They are awake and alert the entire time. The film also doesn't show the orcs splitting up and fighting over who claims the hobbits. In the book, Pippin immediately understands the reason behind the troops' eastward-pointing gestures. Hoarse cries emerge from that direction, accompanied by the reappearance of Grishnach. He is accompanied by a group of similar creatures, long-armed and crook-legged orcs. Their shields bear a distinctive red eye symbol. Ugluk takes a step forward to confront them. The Isengarders once again capture Merry and Pippin and carry them on their backs. The group then sets off, running for hours without stopping, except to transfer the hobbits to new carriers. Whether due to their speed and endurance or because of Grishnach's strategy, the Isengarders gradually move ahead of the orcs from Mordor, with Grishnach's followers closing in behind them. They soon begin to catch up with the Northerners in front. The forest looms closer. Pippin is battered and injured, his head throbbing from the rough contact with the filthy face and hairy ear of the orc holding him. In the afternoon, Ugluk's group surpasses the Northerners. The Northerners are weary under the bright winter sun. Even though the sky is cool and pale, their heads are bowed and their tongues hang out. The orcs' deep aversion to sunlight stems from the circumstances surrounding their origin. Morgoth, in his cunning, brought forth the orcs during a period when darkness enveloped Middle-earth, preventing the radiant glow of the two trees of Valinor from reaching the farthest reaches of the world. Much to Ugluk's displeasure, Grishnach and his followers arrive from the east to rejoin the group and aid in capturing the hobbits. The Isengard orcs swiftly seize Merry and Pippin and resume their frantic run, eventually overtaking the fleeing Northerners. Grishnach catches sight of the Rohirrim closing in from behind, prompting the orcs to quicken their pace in a desperate attempt to reach the safety of the forest, where the Rohirrim may not dare to follow. Grishnach taunts Ugluk's authority, ridiculing his decision to restrain the hobbits and keep them away from the horsemen. Ugluk, however, justifies his actions by explaining that charging at the Rohirrim would be futile, since they possess exceptional night vision, making it impossible to launch a successful attack. While this explanation satisfies the Isengard orcs, the rest of the group remains discontented and rebellious. Merry is utterly drained, unable to muster the strength to crawl even if they were to escape. Fortunately, Pippin recalls that they still have some lembas, providing a glimmer of hope amidst their dire circumstances. When Ugluk and his Isengarders are distracted by a sudden noise, Grishnach begins to search the hobbits. Pippin realizes that he is after the ring, and contemplates using Grishnach's eagerness to flee. The night is frigid and motionless. The orcs have gathered all around the hill. Small watchfires emerge, emitting a golden-red glow in the pitch-black darkness, forming a complete circle. Although they are within range of a long bowshot, the riders remain hidden against the light, causing the orcs to waste numerous arrows shooting at the fires, until Ugluk intervenes. The riders maintain absolute silence. Later in the night, when the moon emerges from the mist, they could occasionally be glimpsed as shadowy figures as they move in an unending patrol. The riders are not satisfied with waiting for dawn and allowing their adversaries to rest. A sudden commotion on the eastern side of the knoll indicate that something is amiss. It appears that some of the men have approached closely, dismounted their horses, crept to the edge of the camp, and slain several orcs before disappearing once more. Ugluk hurriedly departs to prevent a stampede. Any hopes of escape are swiftly extinguished as a long, hairy arm seizes each of them by the neck and forces them together. They could vaguely perceive Grishnak's repulsive face and grotesque head between them. His noxious breath lingered on their cheeks. He proceeds to grope and examine them, causing Pippin to shudder as the icy fingers explore his back. Grishnak throws himself onto the ground, flattening himself and pulling the hobbits beneath him. Then he unsheathes his sword. Undoubtedly, his intention is to kill his captives rather than let them escape or be rescued. Several of the horsemen display exceptional archery skills, shooting arrows at the trailing orcs while riding at full speed. After causing casualties, they swiftly retreated out of range from the enemy's bows, who are too afraid to stop and aim accurately. Some arrows hit the Isengarders. One of them falls right in front of Pippin and never rises again. Pretending to be Gollum, Pippin misleads Grishnak by claiming that finding it is no easy task, and then whispers, "My precious." Pippin proposes a deal. He will reveal the ring's whereabouts in exchange for their freedom. However, Grishnak remains unmoved, knowing that Sauron can extract the information from them, which is why they are being kept alive. Merry steps in, trying to persuade Grishnak that Saruman will seize the ring for himself once they arrive at Isengard, leaving Grishnak with no recognition from Sauron for delivering the hobbits. Grishnak's patience wears thin as he explodes in anger, demanding to know if either of them possesses the ring. However, Merry stands his ground and insists that they be released before revealing any information. Instead of untying them, Grishnak forcefully seizes them and snatches them away from the orc group. However, this proves to be his downfall. The sword makes a faint ringing sound and glimmers slightly in the firelight off to his left. Suddenly, an arrow whistles out of the darkness, skillfully aimed or guided by fate, and pierces his right hand. He drops the sword and lets out a shriek. In a swift motion, hooves thunder, and before Grishnak could even get up and flee, he is trampled and impaled by a spear. He emits a horrifying shivering cry and lies motionless. In the film, Merry and Pippin attempt to crawl away from the orcs who are still feasting on the orc they have slain. Suddenly, Grishnak stops them. He then taunts them and tells them they should call for help, but it is pointless because no one will save them. At that very moment, a spear is thrown at Grishnak and he squeals. The Rohan riders have arrived. In contrast to the film, Grishnak never searches the hobbits for the ring because he is only interested in eating them. In the book, the hobbits are concealed by their elven cloaks. They lie motionless on the ground, unharmed by the horses that pass over them, completely unnoticed. Pippin fears the orcs escape, yet the horsemen encircle them, herding the orcs towards the river. Pippin's only knowledge of the Rohirrim is that Gandalf's horse, Shadowfax, hails from their land, a glimmer of hope in his mind. However, he ponders how the horsemen will distinguish him and Merry from the orcs, considering they may not be familiar with hobbits. Pippin anticipates that they might meet their end alongside their captors before the Rohirrim even detect their presence. The riders take down orcs with arrows until nightfall, refraining from direct combat and opting to wait for daybreak. In the film, Pippin and Merry try to get away from the horses who can easily crush them. The scene then cuts with what looks like Pippin getting crushed by a horse's hooves. In the book, Merry ponders anxiously about their chances of survival, contemplating how they can evade a gruesome fate. Suddenly, a commotion erupts among the orcs as they realize the hobbits' disappearance. More orcs rush to the scene, engaging in a fierce battle with the horsemen. In this chaos, the hobbits seize the opportunity to make their escape, realizing they are no longer within the protective circle of the Rohirrim. Pippin swiftly removes the ropes binding his wrists, and both hobbits indulge in the nourishing lembas, which brings back fond memories. Energized, Pippin seizes Grishnak's knife and skillfully cuts through the remaining ropes, freeing them completely. Merry and Pippin scurry away, gradually regaining their strength as they stroll alongside the tranquil river, heading towards the enchanting forest. The echoes of the fierce battle fade into the distance, allowing the hobbits to engage in a light-hearted conversation about the events that unfolded during their captivity. Merry commends Pippin for his cleverness, assuring him that his exploits will be immortalized with a significant mention in Bilbo's legendary book. With a newfound sense of direction, Merry takes the lead, guiding them through the unfamiliar terrain, while Pippin playfully reminds him of the cautionary tales they've heard about the mysterious Fangorn forest. In the film, Pippin narrowly escapes getting crushed by a horse. The hobbits don't eat lembas, and they quickly scurry into Fangorn forest. Chapter 4. Treebeard. Merry and Pippin rush through the dense forest, struggling to catch their breath in the oppressive air. Despite its ancient aura, they can't help but notice that it doesn't quite match Bilbo's tales of Mirkwood. Fangorn Forest, situated beneath the southern Misty Mountains and on the eastern side of the range, is a dense and shadowy woodland. It has gained a notorious reputation during the Third Age as the dwelling place of the Ents. In Rohan, the forest is known as Entwood and is named after the oldest Ent, Fangorn, also referred to as Treebeard. Fangorn Forest is the ancient heart of Treebeard's domain, and it is to this place that the Ents retreated after the extensive deforestation caused by the Númenóreans and other events leading up to the War of the Last Alliance at the conclusion of the Second Age. Although Fangorn is located within the borders of Gondor, many centuries have passed without any Gondorian venturing into the forest to either confirm or refute the legends surrounding it. Running low on provisions, Merry and Pippin pause to drink from a stream before being drawn towards a beam of sunlight highlighting a natural staircase on the hillside. Excitedly, they ascend towards the fresh air, oblivious to the fact that their wounds have mysteriously healed and their vigor restored. Reaching the summit, they realize they have ventured several miles deep into the woodland. Pippin muses that, bathed in sunlight, he almost finds himself enjoying the forest. Gradually, their apprehension of the orcs diminished, causing their pace to diminish as well. An unusual suffocating sensation enveloped them, as if the air was too thin or insufficient for breathing. In the Two Towers film adaptation, Merry and Pippin barely arrive in Fangorn Forest until they notice that a seriously wounded Grishnuk is still hot on their trail. The hobbits run as fast as they can and hide behind a tree. In the book, a strange voice responds in a sarcastic manner, stating that Pippin's remark is unusually kind and expressing a hint of dislike, though not rushing to judgment. A massive hand spins them around and hoists them up. Merry and Pippin gaze at a man or troll-like being with a thick grey beard, clad in green and grey bark. His eyes are profound and solemn, giving Pippin the impression that they are brimming with centuries of recollection. The being finds the hobbits quite peculiar and nearly confuses them for small orcs. In the movie, instead of being hoisted up by the tree, Merry and Pippin climb up the tree to hide from the orc that is tracking them. Unfortunately, just as Merry thought that they have outsmarted the orc, Grishnuk grabs hold of his leg and pulls him down. Merry then kicks him in the face, but he is left without a weapon to defend himself. As Pippin yells out to Merry, the tree that he is holding onto opens its eyes and makes noises. Pippin is shocked and falls back. Luckily, the tree catches him. Down below, Merry is about to be stabbed by Grishnuk, but the tree crushes him instead. In the book, Pippin, without fear, asks about the identity of the figure. The being reveals himself as an Ent, going by the name Fangorn or Treebeard, and expresses curiosity about the hobbits. The Ents, referred to as Onodrim, tree host, by the elves, were an ancient race in Middle-earth. Yavanna created them in response to the existence of the dwarves, Aule's children, who had a penchant for cutting down trees. The Ents took on the role of guardians for the forests, shielding them from threats like orcs. According to elven legends, they even taught the trees and Ents how to communicate, as the Ents were sentient beings, but lacked the ability to speak until instructed by the elves. The early history of the Ents remains largely unknown, although it is believed that they resided in and safeguarded the expansive forests of Middle-earth during the years of the trees in the First Age. They made brief appearances in tales from the last 6 centuries of the First Age, notably engaging in the Battle of San Atarad, where they confronted a group of dwarves supposedly summoned by Beren and Luthien. Treebeard recounted a time when Eriador was a vast forest encompassing his entire domain. However, these magnificent woodlands were either felled by the Númenóreans during the Second Age, or destroyed in the catastrophic war of the Elves and Sauron in the 17th century of that age. Elrond's remarks at the Council of Elrond further support Treebeard's statement. Elrond mentioned that there was a time when a squirrel could traverse from Rivendell to the Great Sea, implying that all Eriador was once a colossal ancient forest, with Fangorn Forest representing its eastern extremity according to Treebeard. Treebeard proceeds to enumerate various living beings, beginning with the Free Peoples, elves, dwarves, ents, and humans. Merry informs Treebeard that they are hobbits, and Pippin contributes a new verse to expand the roster of creatures. In the movie, Pippin is held tight in Treebeard's grip, while he encourages Merry to make a run for it. However, Treebeard aggressively picks him up and questions them. He accuses them of being little orcs. Pippin is frightened and asks Merry not to talk to the tree. The tree then informs them that he is not a tree, but an ent called Treebeard. Pippin then asks whose side Treebeard is on. He tells them that he is on nobody's side because nobody is on his side. He angrily says that everybody has forgotten about the woods. Merry tries to convince Treebeard that they are not orcs, but he does not believe it. Merry then tells him that they are hobbits. However, Treebeard has never heard of hobbits before. He begins to tightly squeeze them and accuses them of being dishonest. He rambles on about how treacherous and destructive orcs are. It infuriates Treebeard that orcs chop down and burn trees. Merry explains to him that they are hobbits from the Shire. Then he says that the White Wizard will know and drops Merry and Pippin on the ground. In front of them stands a figure dressed in white. In the book, Treebeard cautions them against revealing their self-identified name, hobbits, to every person they encounter, as it possesses a certain influence. Merry admits their lack of caution, and both he and Pippin disclose their full names. Treebeard remarks that his own name is a lengthy tale continuously expanding. The Ents' language is deliberate and unhurried, as they only speak when the words hold significant value and warrant the investment of time. The Ents possess their own unique language, characterized as being lengthy and resonant. Only Ents are able to speak Old Entish, not because they keep it a secret like the dwarves do with Khuzdul, but because no other beings could fully grasp it. It is a truly foreign language to all others. The horns and trees of Fangorn Forest have the ability to comprehend Old Entish and engage in conversations with the Ents and amongst themselves using it. Even the elves, who are skilled linguists, are unable to learn Old Entish, and they do not make any attempts to document it due to its intricate phonetic structure. For the film, John Rhys-Davies lent his voice to Treebeard. This was not accomplished through electronic manipulation, but rather by having the actor speak in his deepest tone achievable while utilizing a wooden megaphone. Treebeard inquires about Gandalf, and Pippin informs him that Gandalf's tale has reached its conclusion. Treebeard escorts the hobbits to his abode, where they intend to recount their own narrative. During their journey, Pippin inquires about the reason behind Celeborn's cautionary words regarding Fangorn Forest. Treebeard describes Lothlorien as an unusual place and proceeds to elucidate that individuals often meet unfortunate fates in Fangorn due to the malevolence harbored by certain trees. The Ents, who serve as caretakers of the forest, are now scarce in number and struggle to attend to its needs. In the extended version of the film, Treebeard, Merry, and Pippin come to a clearing where multiple trees have been chopped down. Treebeard is in utter shock. It then strikes him that Saruman is to blame. Treebeard lets out a loud yell and calls upon his fellow Ents. In the book, Treebeard leads them to his dwelling, which is nothing more than a moss-covered stone placed on top of curves beneath a verdant slope. A circle of rowan trees surrounds it, and, like all Ent houses, there is a spring gushing out from the slope. They converse for a while as darkness envelops the forest. Not too far away, the voices of the Entmoot could still be heard, but now they sound deeper and less relaxed. Every now and then, a powerful voice would rise, accompanied by a soaring melody, while the rest faded away. However, Bregalid speaks softly in their own language, almost whispering, and they discover that he belongs to Skinbark's community, and their homeland has been devastated. This revelation seems sufficient to the hobbits in size. In understanding his impatience, especially when it came to dealing with orcs, actors Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan dedicated a significant amount of time perched up the tree, Treebeard, while filming this movie, utilizing the intervals between takes to collaborate on a screenplay. Moreover, the challenging task of ascending and descending from their positions led to the Merry and Pippin actors being stranded during breaks while the crew went for meals, yet a film crew member ensured food and drinks were delivered to them. While recounting their escapades to Treebeard, he displays a particular interest in Gandalf and the actions of Saruman. Treebeard asserts that he does not take sides because no one is on his side. He refrains from interfering in the conflicts of elves and men. Nevertheless, he harbors animosity towards all orcs and Saruman, a sorcerer who leads the White Council. Initially, Saruman was courteous to Treebeard, but he eventually succumbed to malevolent practices in his pursuit of dominance. Presently, he and his orcs are felling Treebeard's trees. Treebeard vows to put an end to this, and the hobbits pledge their assistance. Saruman, also recognized as Saruman the White, stood as the foremost of the Astari, wizards, who were the messengers of the Valar dispatched to Middle-earth during the Third Age to aid in the fight against the resurfaced Sauron. Initially, he held the position of the head of the Astari and led the White Council, which temporarily stood against the Dark Lord. However, during the later part of the Third Age, Saruman succumbed to an insatiable desire for power and pledged his loyalty to Sauron, thus becoming one of his most devoted followers. After betraying the free peoples of the world, the White Wizard devised a plan to overthrow his newfound master and take control of Middle-earth, or at the very least secure a prominent position by Sauron's side. In the War of the Ring, Saruman assembled a formidable army at Isengard with the dual purpose of fulfilling Sauron's command to conquer Rohan and attempting to seize the One Ring for himself. In Fangorn Forest, there exist merely 2 additional Ents due to the absence of Ent children. While the hobbits narrate their tale, Treebeard interjects to inquire if they have come across any Entwives during their journey. In the distant past, a disagreement arose between the Ents and the Entwives regarding the proper care of nature. The Entwives desired to construct gardens and exert control over plants, rather than solely assisting in their growth. The Ents chose to remain within their forest, and upon visiting the Entwives' gardens, they discovered the land scorched and the Entwives vanished. According to an elven song, the Ents will reunite with the Entwives once their lands become barren. For the film, Treebeard's rendering process required a significant amount of time, ranging from 28 to 48 hours per frame. To facilitate his interactions with Merry and Pippin, a puppet standing at a height of 14 feet was constructed on a wheel. Molds of tree bark were used and incorporated into the sculpt of Treebeard, resulting in his distinctive wooden skin. To ensure the comfort of the Merry and Pippin actors, bicycle seats were discreetly concealed within Treebeard's hands, allowing them to sit comfortably during breaks. The puppet was filmed against a blue screen backdrop. As Treebeard ventures into the rain, Merry and Pippin find solace in their slumber. Come morning, Treebeard escorts them to an assembly of Ents, each Ent uniquely resembling various species of trees. While the enchanting language of the Ents lulls Pippin into a tranquil state, Treebeard decides to send the hobbits outside. Curiosity fills Merry and Pippin's minds as they ponder the whereabouts and nature of Isengard. Although they find comfort in the presence of the Ents, a lingering feeling suggests that the Ents possess the potential for peril if incited. Isengard, the primary stronghold of Saruman and his orc army during the War of the Ring, was strategically utilized to safeguard Sauron's interests and assemble his formidable orc forces without notice before launching an assault on Helm's Deep. Treebeard informs the hobbits that they must reach out to the Ents residing in a distant location to discuss the matter concerning Saruman. They are then acquainted with a swift Ent named Quickbeam, who escorts them to his dwelling for the night. Quickbeam shares the story of his rowan trees being destroyed by the orcs with the hobbits. They spend the following 2 days in Quickbeam's presence. On the third afternoon, the Ents reach a conclusion and proceed joyfully to launch an assault on Isengard. Treebeard joins in the song with the others for a period of time. However, eventually his voice fades into a soft murmur and once again falls silent. Pippin observes the wrinkled and knotted brow of the ancient being, indicating his deep contemplation. Finally, Treebeard raises his gaze, revealing a sorrowful expression in his eyes, though not devoid of happiness. Within them, a glimmer of light remains. The film does not introduce other Ents personally. They are shown, but they do not converse with the hobbits. The Ents continue their journey with a swift stride. They have descended into a lengthy valley that sloped downwards towards the south. Now they commence ascending higher and higher onto the elevated western ridge. The forests recede and they encounter clusters of birch trees, followed by barren slopes where only a handful of skeletal pine trees thrive. The sun descends behind the shadowy hill in the distance. A somber twilight settles upon the surroundings. As Treebeard leads the hobbits once more, they inquire about the Ents' intentions to breach the doors of Isengard. Treebeard reassures them that they can indeed do so. When spurred to battle, they are mightier than trolls, which Sauron created as a twisted imitation of Ents. While acknowledging the possibility of marching towards their demise, Treebeard suggests that they may still be able to aid others before being overwhelmed by Saruman. In a drowsy state, Pippin believes he witnesses moving groves of trees, as if Fangorn Forest itself is stirring and joining them in their march to war. He rubs his eyes, questioning if sleep and shadows had tricked him. However, the large grey figures continue to move steadily forward. There is a sound like wind through numerous branches. The Ents are approaching the top of the ridge now, and all singing has ceased. Night descends and there is quiet, only a faint tremor of the earth beneath the Ents' feet, and a rustle, a whisper-like murmur as of many drifting leaves could be heard. Finally, they reach the summit and peer into a dark chasm, the great cleft at the end of the mountains, Nan Curinir, the Valley of Saruman. During the Second Age, the Númenóreans in exile constructed Isengard near the Tower of Orthanc. This occurred in the time when they held great influence and power. Isengard was situated in Nan Curinir, also known as the Wizard's Vale, which can be found in the Misty Mountains. Its precise location was at the northwestern edge of the Kingdom of Gondor. Isengard served as a defense against enemy invasions into Calenadon by safeguarding the fords of Isen. Additionally, it worked in conjunction with the fortress of Aglaron to the south to protect the gap of Calenadon. Isengard consisted of a circular stone wall that was black in colour. This wall surrounded a wide plain, with the Tower of Orthanc located in the centre. The only entrance to Isengard was a single gate that faced south. The remaining three sides were protected by a large wall called the Ring of Isengard. It was rumoured that the gate could open silently. Initially, Isengard stood as an enchanting tower complex adorned with lush greenery, encompassing numerous majestic trees and expansive grasslands. Its verdant beauty was sustained by the flowing river until Saruman obstructed its course with a dam. Chapter 5: The White Rider. At sunrise, Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli have prepared a modest breakfast, and they begin to prepare for another search of the area in hopes of finding clues about the hobbits. For a while, the companions crawl and fumble along the ground. The tree looms sadly above them, its withered leaves now drooping and clattering in the cold easterly breeze. Aragorn slowly moves away, making his way towards the remains of the watchfire by the riverbank, and then retracing his steps back to the hill where the battle had taken place. Suddenly, he bends down and lowers himself close to the grass, his face almost touching it. Then he summons the others, who quickly rush over to him. Aragorn raises a damaged leaf in front of them, a sizable pale leaf with a golden colour that is starting to fade and turn brown. Aragorn notices the presence of orc blood, hoof prints, and signs of a heavy object being dragged away. Aragorn concludes the hobbit remained hidden, wearing his elven cloak in the darkness of night. Exhausted and hungry, it was no surprise that the hobbit took a moment to rest and eat after freeing himself from his bonds before slipping away. Close to the Entwash's bank, he stumbles upon footprints. Hobbit footprints, although they are too faint to draw any significant conclusions. Beneath the trunk of a magnificent tree right at the forest boundary, additional prints are uncovered. The ground appears barren and arid, providing limited information. In the film, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli inspect the pile of dead orcs and their surroundings after they meet with the Rohirrim. Gimli finds one of the hobbit's belts, Legolas says a prayer, and Aragorn furiously kicks a helmet. In real life, actor Viggo Mortensen broke 2 toes, but continued filming and the actual scream made the cut. In the book, Aragorn leads them into Fangorn Forest. The forest floor is arid and covered in a layer of fallen leaves. Aragorn decides that they should stay as close as possible to a water source, so they frequently return to the stream's banks. It is during one of these visits that he stumbles upon the spot where Merry and Pippin had quenched their thirst and refreshed their weary feet. They left behind footprints, with one set slightly smaller than the other. Finally reach the steep and sudden conclusion of Treebeard's Hill and gaze up at the rocky wall which has rugged steps ascending to the elevated ledge. Rays of sunlight pierce through the swiftly moving clouds, causing the forest to appear less dull and desolate. In the film, the three companions do not venture into Fangorn Forest for very long. Gimli discovers orc blood and Aragorn finds strange tracks. Legolas tells them the forest is ancient, full of memories, and it is filled with anger. The forest starts making noises and Gimli lifts up his axe to defend himself. Legolas exclaims that the trees are talking to each other. Aragorn then suggests that Gimli should lower his axe. In the extended version of the film, Legolas explains to them that the elves were the ones who taught the trees how to speak. Gimli thinks trees have no reason to speak at all. In the book, Aragorn observes a hunched figure moving at a pace not too far from their location. The figure appears to be an elderly beggar walking wearily and relying on a rough staff for support. With his head bowed, he pays no attention to their presence. In different lands, they would have greeted him kindly, but in this moment they remain silent, each sensing an unusual anticipation. Something is approaching, carrying a concealed power or threat. Gimli stares in astonishment as the figure gradually approaches, his eyes widening with each step. Unable to contain himself any longer, he exclaims, "Legolas, prepare your bow, men. Don't allow him to speak or cast a spell on us. Shoot first." Legolas obediently takes his bow and begins to bend it, encountering resistance as if some unseen force opposes him. He holds an arrow loosely in his hand, but does not yet string it. Aragorn remains silent, his face displaying a vigilant and focused expression. Gimli exclaims urgently, "Now, Legolas, stop him." In the film, Legolas notices something strange going on and that someone is hiding from them. Legolas tells Aragorn that it's the White Wizard and gestures that he is behind them. Aragorn commands that they should not let the wizard speak because he will put a spell on them. Aragorn prepares to draw his sword, Gimli points his axe and Legolas is readying his bow and arrow. Aragorn informs them that they need to act quick. In the book, the old man states that he is desiring to have a conversation with them and that the elf should lower his bow. Legolas drops the bow and arrow, letting his arms hang limply by his sides. The old man then asks the dwarf to remove his hand from his axe handle. Gimli is taken aback and freezes in place, his gaze fixed on the old man who effortlessly ascends the rugged steps like a nimble goat. All signs of weariness have vanished from the old man's demeanor. As he reaches the top of the ledge, there is a momentary glimmer, too fleeting to be certain, a sudden flash of white, as if a hidden garment beneath the tattered grey robes have been momentarily exposed. The sound of Gimli inhaling sharply echoes through the silence like a loud hiss. In the film, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli swiftly turn around to face their anonymous foe. Legolas fires an arrow at him, and Gimli throws his axe, but both are blocked. Aragorn's sword heats up in his hand, and he has no choice but to drop it. They are left blinded by the light and can still not see who they are talking to. They can only presume it's the White Wizard, Saruman. In the book, the elderly man greets them once more as he approaches. Standing a few feet away, he leans on his staff, peering at them from under his hood. He asks them what they are doing in this part of the world. Aragorn in turn asks what the old man is called, because they are in a hurry and need to get going. The old man doesn't reveal his name, but makes it clear that he knows that they are tracking the hobbits. He tells them that they ascended this place the day before yesterday, and they encountered an unexpected individual. The elderly gentleman turns around and heads towards a pile of fallen rocks and stones at the base of the cliff behind him. Gimli instinctively reaches for his axe handle. Aragorn unsheaths his sword. Legolas grabs his bow. The old man pays no attention to them. Instead, he bends down and settles himself on a low, flat stone. Then his grey cloak opens up, revealing that he is dressed entirely in white underneath. Gimli exclaims, rushing towards Saruman with his axe ready. He demands answers about the whereabouts of their friends and what Saruman has done to them. He threatens to damage Saruman's hat so severely that even a wizard would struggle to fix it. However, the old man is too agile. He swiftly gets up and jumps onto a large rock. Suddenly, he grows taller, towering over them. He discards his hood and tattered grey clothes, revealing shining white garments. Raising his staff, the old man effortlessly disarms Gimli, causing his axe to fall to the ground with a resounding clang. Aragorn's sword remains motionless in his hand, but it emits a sudden burst of fire. Legolas lets out a triumphant cry and shoots an arrow high into the sky, which disappears in a blaze of flames. He calls out, "Mithrandir, Mithrandir." "Nice to see you again, Legolas," replies Gandalf. They all stare at him. His hair shines white like snow in the sunlight. His robe is also a gleaming white. His eyes, under his deep brows, are bright and piercing like the sun's rays. There is power in his hand. They stand in a mix of wonder, joy, and fear, unable to find any words to speak. Finally, Aragorn speaks up. "Gandalf," he exclaims, "you have returned to us in our time of need, against all odds. What was clouding my vision?" Gandalf. Gimli remains silent, but drops to his knees, shielding his eyes. "Gandalf," the old man repeats, as if remembering a long-forgotten word from the past. "Yes, that was the name. I was Gandalf." He declares that he would still like to be called Gandalf. Gimli points out that Gandalf is dressed entirely in white. Gandalf agrees that he is now white Saruman, or rather Saruman as he was meant to be. In the film, the wizard tells them about the hobbits and that they are alive and well. Aragorn demands to know who the old man is, and he finally reveals himself to be Gandalf. They are astonished and quickly ask forgiveness for attempting to attack him. The initial introduction of the White Wizard in Fangorn Forest was deliberately perplexing, achieved by blending the eyes of Sir Christopher Lee with the visage of Sir Ian McKellen. Their voices were also intertwined in varying degrees of strength to heighten the sense of bewilderment. In the film, Gandalf is no longer wearing a hat like he used to. In the book, Gandalf wants to know more about what has befallen the Fellowship. Although Gandalf is aware of some of the events that occurred during his absence, he is not fully informed. He knows that the ring was on the verge of being discovered by Sauron, and he fought against Sauron mentally to protect it. He, himself, has endured great trials and challenges. The comrades settle on the earth below him, and Aragorn proceeds with the narrative. He recounts the journey of the Fellowship following Gandalf's passing, while Gandalf becomes aware that Aragorn is leaving out Boromir's attempt to seize the ring from Frodo. Gandalf remains silent for a considerable time, refraining from asking any more questions. His hands are placed on his knees and his eyes are shut. Finally, when Aragorn recounts the demise of Boromir and his final voyage along the vast river, the elderly gentleman lets out a sigh. Gandalf was unaware of the hobbit's capture by orcs until he was informed by an eagle, the same one that Legolas had spotted 3 days earlier. When Gimli asks about Frodo's well-being, Gandalf admits that he does not have the answer. Although Frodo was saved from danger at that time, there are still challenges awaiting him on his journey to Mordor. Gandalf is pleased but not surprised to learn that Sam has accompanied Frodo. Gandalf elucidates that, although Sauron is aware that a hobbit possesses the ring, he is unaware of the company's true intentions. When Barnage and believes they are heading to Minas Tirith to wield the ring against him in combat. Sauron has not yet contemplated the possibility of the ring being destroyed, so he readies his armies for war instead. Saruman has betrayed both Sauron and Gandalf, as he covets the ring for himself and manipulates events to prevent Rohan from aiding Gondor. Gandalf also points out that Saruman, preoccupied with the ring's whereabouts and the risk of Theoden obtaining it, has neglected the more immediate threat posed by Treebeard. Gandalf affirms to Gimli that the figure they spotted by their campfire the previous night was indeed Saruman. He further informs them that the hobbits are currently in the company of the Ents, much to the astonishment of Aragorn and Legolas, who regard the Ents as a legendary ancient beings. Treebeard is identified as the eldest Ent and the oldest living entity in Middle-earth. Gimli expresses concern about Fangorn's perceived danger, but Gandalf asserts that all of them, including himself, can be dangerous if provoked. Gandalf predicts that the Ents are on the verge of recalling their strength, yet he remains uncertain about the events unfolding in Isengard, and believes that even the Ents themselves are unsure of what lies ahead. In the film, Gandalf isn't informed about Boromir's demise, and the three of them do not discuss in detail the Fellowship's whereabouts and actions. In the book, Aragorn asks about the possibility of accompanying the hobbits to meet Treebeard, but Gandalf decides to take him to speak with King Theoden of Rohan instead. They need to get ready for the impending war against Mordor without the aid of the ring, which is now out of their grasp. Gandalf advises Aragorn not to dwell on his decision to follow Merry and Pippin over Frodo and Sam, because it was the right decision. Aragorn assures Gandalf of his willingness to accompany him, both of them appearing imposing and formidable as they stand side by side. Aragorn highlights that despite Mordor having 9 riders, they have one White Rider, Gandalf. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli all pledge to follow him to Rohan. Legolas and Gimli inquire about Gandalf's fate after their separation, prompting him to recount his harrowing journey. He describes how he plummeted into darkness and suffered burns from the Balrog, followed by a treacherous descent into icy waters. Gandalf valiantly battled the Balrog at the abyss's depths and ascended a concealed pathway leading to Durin's Tower. With a mighty throw, he vanquished the Balrog, freeing himself from its clutches. However, his mind wandered through time before he was eventually sent back to the mountaintop to fulfill his mission in Middle-earth. There, he remained until the eagle Gwaihir discovered him and transported him to Lothlorien. There, Galadriel cured him and presented him with white garments before dispatching him with messages. To Aragorn, she asks about the whereabouts of his kinsmen, the Dunedain, and advises him that the dead watch the road that leads to the sea. She cautions Legolas that if he hears the cry of a seagull, his heart will no longer find solace in the forests of his homeland. Gimli inquires if there is a message for him, and Legolas ponders why he would desire one, considering Galadriel's words are obscure and perplexing. Despite Gimli's insistence on receiving a message from her regardless of its content, Gandalf suddenly recalls a message for him, although it is not in the form of a poem like the other two. Galadriel sends a simple greeting to Gimli and urges him to place his axe against the correct tree. In the film, Gandalf does not recall getting burned by the Balrog, nor is it shown to the viewer. Also, Gandalf's journey on an eagle to Lothlorien and being cured by Galadriel is also omitted. Gandalf and the Balrog descended for roughly 71 seconds, with a terminal velocity of about 53 meters per second. This equates to a fall of 3,763 meters, or approximately 2 1/3 miles into the chasm beneath the bridge of Khazad-dûm before plunging into the water. A Maya cannot meet their end without the permission of their Vala, as evidenced by Gandalf's case. Gandalf's resurrection distinguishes him as one of the exceedingly rare individuals who manages to come back from the realm of death, joining the ranks of renowned heroes such as Beren and Luthien. Significantly, Gandalf's revival granted him the extraordinary opportunity to encounter his maker after an immeasurable span of time, long after he had departed from the eternal abode of Iluvatar. The Great Eagles are said to have been created by Manwë Sulimo, the leader of the Valar, and are commonly referred to as the Eagles of Manwë. These majestic creatures have been dispatched from Valinor to Middle-earth with the purpose of monitoring the exiled Noldor and keeping a watchful eye on their adversary, the malevolent Vala Morgoth. Additionally, they have tasked with observing the actions of Sauron in later times. During the Third Age, several offspring of Thorondor reside in numerous Eyries located in the north. Among these Eyries, the most significant one is known as the Great Shelf, situated to the east of the Misty Mountains in Wilderland. These majestic eagles play a crucial role in assisting the elves of Rivendell and Radagast by diligently observing the land and acquiring any information regarding the activities of orcs. In the year TA 2941, the leader of the Eagles along with a group of Eagles saved Gandalf the Grey, Bilbo Baggins, Thorin Oakenshield and 13 other dwarves from Goblin Town, taking them to the Great Shelf for a period of 1 night and 1 day. Sometime later, several Eagles flew to the Lonely Mountain to participate in the Battle of 5 Armies, aiding in the victory over goblins. As a result, the leader of the Eagles was henceforth known as the King of all Birds. In the year 3018 of the Third Age, amidst the War of the Ring, Gwaihir came to Gandalf the Grey's aid, saving him from the pinnacle of Orthanc in Isengard. Radagast had sent the Great Eagle on this mission. Then, in the subsequent year, Gwaihir once more rescued Gandalf, this time from Zaraxagil, a peak towering over Moria, following the wizard's intense battle with the Balrog. Gandalf emits 3 distinct whistles and summons 3 horses, the pair that Éomer bestowed upon the 3 hunters and Shadowfax, the esteemed ruler of all horses, whom Gandalf himself will mount for the impending battle. He elucidates that the horses of the Rohirrim had departed the previous night to rendezvous with their leader, Shadowfax. Gandalf humbly seeks the horses' consent to hasten towards the abode of Theoden. With the sun descending on the horizon, they gallop towards the Gap of Rohan. Observing smoke obstructing the sunlight, Legolas inquires about its origin. Gandalf responds, it signifies conflict and warfare, and the comrades continue their journey without delay. Shadowfax, a chieftain of the long-lived Miaras, is a descendant of Felaroth. Known as one of the greatest horses in Middle-earth, Shadowfax possesses the ability to understand human speech, and is rumoured to be faster than the wind. Although initially owned by Theoden, King of Rohan, during the War of the Ring, Shadowfax proves too untamed for the Rohirrim. Consequently, Theoden entrusts the magnificent steed to the wizard Gandalf the White. In the film, the moment when Gandalf summons his horse and Shadowfax swiftly races across the fields to reach his master was captured in a single take. Chapter 6: The King of the Golden Hall. Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli and Gandalf continue their journey through the fading sunlight. By the time they finally stop and dismount, even Aragorn is feeling the strain and exhaustion in his body. Gandalf, however, allows them only a brief rest. Legolas and Gimli find solace in sleep, while Aragorn lies flat on his back, trying to find some relief. Meanwhile, Gandalf stands tall, leaning on his staff, peering into the abyss of the night, scanning both the eastern and western horizons. The world around them is eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life. The night sky is adorned with elongated clouds, drifting swiftly on a cold breeze as they prepare to resume their journey. Under the pale glow of the moon, they press on, moving as swiftly as they would in broad daylight. Hours slip away, yet they continue to ride on. Gimli, overcome by weariness, begins to nod off, almost toppling from his saddle if it weren't for Gandalf's firm grip and vigorous shake. The dawn has arrived, bringing with it clarity and radiance. A gust of wind sweeps across their path, rustling through the swaying grasses. Suddenly, Shadowfax comes to a halt and lets out a resounding neigh. Gandalf points ahead, his gaze fixed on something of importance. The weary travelers reach a sparkling stream, its waters rushing down towards the vast plain. The stream gracefully curves across their path, flowing eastward to nourish the distant Entwash in its reed-filled channels. The surrounding landscape is a lush green, adorned with willow trees that line the wet meadows and the grassy banks of the stream. In this southern region, the willows are already blushing with hints of red, eagerly anticipating the arrival of spring. They make their way up the winding path on the lush hills until they reach the vast, wind-swept walls and the gates of Edoras. Brightly armoured men sit there, quickly rising to their feet and blocking the path with their spears. The capital city of Rohan, known as Edoras, holds great significance as the sacred kingdom of the Rohirrim, where King Theoden of Rohan and his daughter Éowyn reside. This film location is situated at Mount Sunday in Asherton Lakes, Canterbury, New Zealand. Edoras was situated within a national park, and the Conservation Society of New Zealand granted them the privilege to shoot there under the condition that they restore the location to its original state. To comply with this requirement, the production team carefully uprooted and preserved the majority of the natural vegetation and grasses in a specially designed nursery. This meticulous process was necessary as the filming at the site extended for a duration of around 16 months. Edoras was exclusively captured during daylight hours due to the immense challenge of transporting the essential nighttime lighting equipment to the filming location. The book portrays the country as predominantly flat, while the movie depicts Rohan with numerous rocky formations scattered throughout, leaving little room for vast open plains. This type of geography is not ideal for a civilization centered around horses. The soldiers block their way and shout in the language of the Riddermark, demanding to know the names and purpose of the newcomers. There is wonder in their eyes, but little warmth. They regard Gandalf with suspicion. The guards at the gates of Theoden King's realm make it clear that only those who speak their language and are friends are allowed entry. They are wary of strangers during times of war, only welcoming their own people and those from Mundburg in Gondor. The guards question the strangers who approach, noting their unusual appearance and majestic horses. They suspect them of being spies or wizards sent by Saruman. It is a tense moment as they demand answers swiftly. Gandalf answers them back in their own language. Aragorn also informs them that their horses belong to Rohan and that they are no thieves, as thieves do not return stolen horses. He shows them Hasufel and Arod, whom Eomer, the third Marshal of the Mark, has graciously lent to them just 2 days ago. Aragorn then hands them back to the men. The men inform them that Wormtongue has declared that, by Theoden's command, no strangers should be allowed through these gates. Gandalf fixes his gaze on the guard and speaks firmly. "I am not here for Wormtongue, but for the Lord of the Mark." The wizard announces that he is Gandalf, returning with a magnificent horse named Shadowfax the Great, who cannot be tamed by any other. He also introduces Aragorn, son of Arathorn, the rightful heir of kings, destined for Mundburg, as well as our Legolas the elf and Gimli the dwarf. In the film, the guards do not question the companions. They simply ask them to remove their weapons if they wish to enter the hall. They don't speak the language of the Riddermark either, and they don't ask for the horses back. Gandalf also doesn't make it clear what his intentions are, and he doesn't say anything about Shadowfax, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. The guards go inside and confer with the king. They return and announces to the companions that they may enter, but all weapons, including Gandalf's staff, must stay behind. The door wardens will hold on to them. The imposing gates swing open, revealing a path that beckons the weary travelers forward. They follow their guide in a single file, stepping onto a broad path made of meticulously crafted stones. They pass numerous wooden houses and mysterious dark doors. Finally, they reach the pinnacle of the hill, where a magnificent platform overlooks a lush green terrace. At the base of the terrace, a spring bursts forth from a stone intricately carved into the likeness of a horse's head. The water cascades into a wide basin, feeding the flowing stream below. The guards greet them and offer the hilts of their swords as a sign of peace. The emerald gems sparkle in the sunlight. Suddenly, a guard approaches and addresses the group in the language they all understood. He introduces himself as Hama, the gatekeeper of Theoden. He asks them to disarm before entering. Ascending the green terrace, they encounter a grand staircase made of stone, towering and wide. Flanking the topmost step are stone-hewn seats, occupied by guards with drawn swords resting on their knees. These guardians possess golden hair braided upon their shoulders, their green shields adorned with the blazing sun. Their burnished corselets gleam brightly, and as they stand, they appear taller than mere mortals. Legolas hands over his silver-hafted knife, quiver, and bow to the man. He instructs Hama to take good care of these special items because they were bestowed upon him by the Lady of Lothlorien from the enchanting golden wood. Hama's eyes fill with awe as he quickly places the weapons against the wall, almost afraid to touch them. The man assures them that nothing will happen to the weapons. Aragorn hesitates for a moment before speaking. He has no intention of relinquishing his sword or handing Anduril over to anyone else. However, Hama tells him there's no other way because that is Theoden's orders. Aragorn, however, questions the authority of Theoden over him, stating that Theoden's will should not supersede his, the heir of Gondor. Hama, adamant, blocks their path, asserting that this is Theoden's domain, not Aragorn's, even if he were the king of Gondor. Aragorn carefully unfastens his belt and places his sword upright against the wall. He then forbids anyone to touch it. Within this elvish sheath resides the blade that was once shattered but has now been restored. Telchar was the first to forge it in ancient times. Death shall befall anyone who dares to draw Elendil's sword, except for Elendil's rightful heir. The guard takes a step back and gazes in awe at Aragorn. In the film, the four companions quickly make it to the King's Hall without having to pass streams and having to walk past numerous stone houses. Legolas hands over his weapons without uttering a word. Aragorn also hands over his sword without saying anything. Aragorn is also very humble and never identifies himself as the heir of Gondor until the third film. Also, he doesn't yet possess his ancestor's sword, Anduril. Harma takes the weapons without showing any emotion or amazement. The guard then turns to Gandalf and asks him to hand over his staff. Gandalf outright refuses, stating that it is impolite to ask an old man to hand over his walking stick. He says that he will remain outside if he cannot enter with his walking stick, and Theoden himself would have to come outside to converse with him. The guards raise the heavy door's bars and slowly swing them inwards, grumbling on their hinges. The travelers enter. Inside, it appears dark and warm compared to the clear air outside. The hall is long and wide, filled with shadows and half-lights. Mighty pillars support its high roof. The four companions proceed ahead, passing by the crackling wood fire on the lengthy hearth in the center of the hall. They then come to a stop. At the opposite end of the hall, past the hearth and facing north towards the doors, there is a raised platform with 3 steps, and in the middle of the platform is a grand gilded chair. Seated upon it is a man so hunched with age that he appears almost like a dwarf, yet his lengthy and thick white hair cascades in large braids from beneath a delicate golden circlet resting on his forehead. A single white diamond gleams in the center of his brow. His beard lies like snow upon his lap. However, his eyes still sparkle with a brilliant light, glinting as he observes the strangers. Behind his chair stands a woman dressed in white. At his feet on the steps sits a shriveled figure of a man, with a wise and pale countenance and eyes that are heavy-lidded. There is a moment of quiet. The elderly gentleman remains still in his seat. Eventually, Gandalf breaks the silence by telling the king that he has finally returned to Rohan. The elderly man gradually stands up, relying heavily on a brief black cane with a white bone handle. The newcomers then notice that, despite his stooped posture, he is still quite tall and must have been very dignified and proud in his youth. The king greets Gandalf, but he tells him that his welcome is doubtful in Rohan. Gandalf is regarded as a herald of woe. The king accuses him of bringing evil to their lands. He then calls him Gandalf Stormcrow. Slowly he sits down again in his chair. Gandalf tells Wormtongue that there are 2 ways in which a man may bring evil tidings. He may be a doer of evil, or he may be one who should stay away and only come to offer help in times of need. Wormtongue then calls the 4 companions scavengers, who interfere where they ought not to interfere, and vultures that thrive on war. He also accuses Gandalf of arrogantly taking Shadowfax and only coming to Rohan when he wants something and not offering anything in return. In the film, as Gandalf and his companions approach the king, Wormtongue informs the king of Gandalf's presence. He then stands up and announces to the court that Gandalf is cunning and an intruder. In the film, Gandalf doesn't engage in a conversation with Wormtongue. He immediately cuts him off and tells him to hold his tongue. Wormtongue also doesn't say anything about Shadowfax. Gandalf then lifts up his staff and Wormtongue yells out to the guards that they should have taken it at the door as they were commanded. Suddenly, a fight breaks out. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli fight off the guards without any weapons, while Gandalf proceeds to meet with the king. In the film, Theoden's eyes are not sparkling like they do in the book. Instead, they have cataracts on them that make him look blind. He also seems completely unaware of his surroundings. Also, Theoden doesn't get up when he first addresses Gandalf. Gandalf then addresses Theoden, son of Thengel, expressing his concern about the declining courtesy in the hall. He questions whether the messenger from the gate has not informed Theoden about the names of his companions. It is rare for any lord of Rohan to receive 3 esteemed guests like them. These guests have brought valuable weapons, surpassing the strength of many mortal men. Their attire is grey as the elves had clothed them, signifying the great dangers they have overcome to reach the hall. Gimli takes a step forward, but then feels Gandalf's hand gripping his shoulder, causing him to stop abruptly. frozen in place like a statue. He lifts his staff, a clap of thunder resounds, the sunlight vanishes from the eastern windows, the entire hall is suddenly plunged into darkness as deep as night. Only Gandalf stands out, tall and white, in front of the charred hearth. In the dimness, they catch the hiss of Wormtongue's voice. He blames Harmer for betraying them by allowing Gandalf to bring with him his staff. There is a sudden flash, as if lightning has split the roof. In the film, Gandalf doesn't say anything about his companions yet. Then, all falls silent. Wormtongue lies sprawled on the ground. Gandalf addresses Theoden, son of Thengel, inquiring if he would listen. He then offers his assistance by pointing to a high window where a glimpse of shining sky could be seen. Gandalf encourages Theoden to take courage, assuring him that there is still hope and better help available. He mentions that he has advice and words to share, but only for those willing to hear. Gandalf urges Theoden to step outside, look around, and not rely on false stories and deceitful influences. Theoden, with a humble demeanor, rises from his seat. The woman hurriedly approaches the king, supporting him by taking his arm, and together they descend from the elevated platform, cautiously traversing the hall. Wormtongue, however, remains sprawled on the ground. Eventually, they reach the doors. Gandalf shouts out that the ruler of the Mark is emerging. The doors swing open, allowing a sharp breeze to whistle in. A gust of wind sweeps across the hill. In the film, Gandalf the White Wizard returns to Edoras and successfully breaks the spell cast upon Theoden by Saruman. Theoden's eyes change back to normal, his beard becomes shorter and blonde, and his awareness fully returns. He then takes his sword, scowls at Wormtongue, and follows him outside. Gandalf asks the woman to leave them. The king also sends her away. Éowyn turns and makes her way slowly into the house. As she reaches the doors, she glances back. Her gaze is serious and contemplative as she observes the king with a hint of detached compassion in her eyes. Her face is strikingly beautiful, her long hair flowing like a river of gold. Tall and slender, she stands in her white robe adorned with silver, exuding strength and a stern demeanor, a true descendant of royalty. It is at this moment that Aragorn, seeing Éowyn in the full light of day for the first time, finds her to be fair, yet distant, like a pale spring morning that has not yet fully blossomed into womanhood. And she, in turn, becomes aware of him, a tall king in waiting, wise beyond his years, cloaked in grey, concealing a power that she could sense. For a brief moment, she stands as still as a statue, then swiftly turns and disappears. Gandalf then asks the king to gaze upon his vast domain and inhale the fresh air. They behold the emerald fields of Rohan gradually dissolving into a distant shade of grey beyond the flowing stream. The ebony staff slips from the king's grasp, creating a loud clatter as it hits the ground. With deliberate movements, he straightens himself, resembling a man who has been hunched over a tedious task for far too long. Now standing tall and erect, his piercing blue eyes gaze up at the sky above. He admits that his dreams have been plagued by darkness as of late, but he feels rejuvenated, as if he has just woken from a deep slumber. The king then tells Gandalf that he wishes he would have arrived earlier. Now, Gandalf gets to witness the final days of the king's lineage. According to him, the Grand Hall, constructed by Brago, son of Auril, will not stand for much longer. Flames will consume the throne. In the film, Theoden is desperate to find out the whereabouts of his son, only to receive the heartbreaking news that he has passed away. In the book, Theoden wishes to know what course of action they should take. Gandalf suggests that Éomer should be summoned. Theoden admits that Éomer threatened Wormtongue's life, so he was banished. Theoden slowly resumes his seat, appearing as though weariness is still attempting to overcome him despite Gandalf's influence. He gazes at his grand residence and announces that these are dark times and that peace is gone. The king is mourning the loss of the valiant warrior Boromir. He clasps his knees with his aged hands. Gandalf suggests that the king should pick up his sword. His former might will return. Theoden stands up and reaches for his side, only to find no sword at his waist. But he can't find it and blames Wormtongue for hiding it. Suddenly, two individuals appear, offering something to the king. They silently ascend the staircase and now stand a short distance from the top. Eomer is present. He isn't wearing a helmet on his head, nor a suit of armor on his chest, but he grasps an unsheathed sword in his hand. He extends the hilt of the sword to his master. Theoden extends his hand in a deliberate manner. As his fingers grasp the hilt, the onlookers perceive a renewed sense of determination and vigor in his frail arm. Abruptly, he raises the sword and swings it through the air, creating a dazzling and melodious sound. In that moment, he lets out a resounding cry, his voice resonating with clarity as he recites a rallying call to arms in the language of Rohan. In the film, the king becomes his old self once he grasps the hilt of his sword, but it was not handed to him by his nephew, Eomer. In the film, Eomer doesn't see the king until the end of the film, in Helm's Deep. Harma returns from the hall at that precise moment. Accompanied by two other men, Grimmer the Wormtongue followed closely behind him, appearing timid and fearful. His complexion is extremely pale, and his eyes struggle to adjust to the brightness of the sunlight. Hamer humbly kneels before Theoden and offers him a magnificent long sword, encased in a scabbard adorned with golden clasps and embellished with shimmering green gems. It is Herogrim, the king's ancestral sword. It was discovered on Wormtongue. He was reluctant to surrender the keys. There are many other items that men have overlooked. Wormtongue suddenly denies everything and insists that the sword was entrusted to him by his master. Theoden interrupts him by saying he demands everything back now. Wormtongue then accuses Gandalf of enchanting the king, wanting to steal all his riches. Wormtongue dramatically throws himself on the floor. He desperately pleads for mercy. He promises to stay loyal. He doesn't want to be sent away. Wormtongue observes each face intently. His eyes hold the desperate gaze of a predator searching for a weakness in the circle of his adversaries. He moistens his lips with a lengthy, pallid tongue. He then tries to convince the king to let him stay in Edoras. Theoden addresses Wormtongue. Either he joins him in battle or leave wherever he wants to. Wormtongue hands twitch. His eyes gleam with malice, causing men to instinctively move away from him. He snarls, baring his teeth. Then, with a sharp exhale, he spits at the king's feet before swiftly darting away down the stairs. Theoden commands his guards to go after him and ensure he poses no threat to anyone. However, the king doesn't want anyone to harm Wormtongue. If he wants a horse, he can take one. In the film, Wormtongue never leaves the hall and hides in the corner while the king is released from Saruman's spell. Also, the king tries to kill Wormtongue only to be swayed otherwise by Aragorn. Chapter 7. Helm's Deep. As they depart from Edoras, the sun is already setting in the west, casting a golden hue over the fields of Rohan. In the distance, the misty mountains stand tall and ominous, growing darker as they ride on. The horses of Rohan are swift and resilient, but the journey is long. It is over 40 leagues, from Edoras to the fords of the Isen, where they hope to meet with the king's men holding off Saruman's forces. Night falls around them. Finally, they stop to set up their camp. Scouts ride out far ahead, blending in with the landscape like shadows. At dawn, the horns sound, and within an hour, they are back on the road. There are no clouds in the sky yet, but there is a heaviness in the air. Gandalf falls back to where Legolas is riding next to Eomer. He instructs him to use his sharp eyes to look into the distance and towards Isengard. Legolas is peering in that direction and shielding his eyes with his hand, replying that are many miles between them and Isengard. He senses darkness, figures moving within it, large figures in the distance by the riverbank. However, he cannot discern what they are. During this part of the movie, Gandalf has set off on a different path to locate Eomer and the Rohirrim. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, on the other hand, are travelling with Theoden King and rest of the people from Rohan to Helm's Deep for safety. As they continue riding on the second day, the air grows heavier. As the riders near the northernmost arm of the White Mountains, 3 jagged horns stand out against the sunset. In the fading red light, the vanguard spots a black speck, a horseman riding back towards them. The weary man arrives with a battered helmet and broken shield. He informs them that they were pushed back across the Isen with heavy casualties the day before. Many perished during the retreat. Eomer expresses concern that their presence would soon. Saruman has armed the wild hillmen and herd folk of Dunland beyond the rivers, unleashing them. The shield wall was breached. Erkenbrand of Westfold has led the remaining men towards his stronghold in Helm's Deep. The rest have scattered. Theoden, who has been observing in silence, now rides forward and calls for Sejol to stand before him. He assures Sejol that the last army of the Jorlingers has departed and would not return without engaging in battle. Theoden declares that they should ride to aid Erkenbrand. Eomer states that their rearguard must hold their ground at the breach if they come under attack. He then returns. He instructs that everyone should head to Helm's Deep, and they should avoid the fords of Isen and not linger in the plain. Gandalf announces that he needs to depart for some time. He tells Aragorn, Eomer, and the king's men that they should wait for him at Helm's Gate. He utters a command to Shadowfax, and the great horse darts away like an arrow from a bow. During the movie, Legolas mentions the 300 against 10,000 to Aragorn before the Battle of Helm's Deep. This is a direct reference to the historical event at Thermopylae, where 300 Spartans managed to hold off 10,000 Persians. The host changes direction from the road to the fords of Isen and heads southward. As night descends, they continue their journey. Still several miles away, on the opposite side of the Westfold Vale, a large bay nestles in the mountains. Within this bay lay a green valley from which a gorge cut through the hills. The people of that region named it Helm's Deep, in honor of a legendary warrior from ancient battles who sought refuge there. At the entrance to the deep, there is a rocky spur jutting out from the northern cliff, known as Helm's Gate. Upon this spur stands ancient stone walls and a tall tower. Legend has it that in the days of Gondor's glory, the Sea Kings had built this fortress with the help of giants. The Dry Creek Quarry in Wellington, New Zealand served as the filming location for both Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith. The riders remain in the low valley near the entrance of the Coombe when they hear cries and horn blasts from their scouts ahead. Arrows whistle out of the darkness, prompting a scout to swiftly ride back and report that wolf riders are roaming the valley. Additionally, a large group of orcs and wild men are seen heading southward from the fords of Isen towards Helm's Deep. Eomer declares that they need to push through the enemies that stand in their way to the stronghold. In Helm's Deep, there are caves where many can hide and hidden paths that lead up to the hills. The battle's tone and location differ between the book and the film. The importance of Helm's Deep to the Rohirrim is more apparent in the book, with its almost mystical sense of invulnerability, while in the film it is not as obvious. In the book, Helm's Deep is depicted as the center of a populated region with villages beyond the Deeping Wall, and its lord is Erkenbrand. On the other hand, in the film, there is no true lord of the Hornburg, and the refugees have gathered from further away. Aragorn, Legolas, and Eomer ride at the head of the group, advancing through the night. They encounter only a few enemy forces, mostly orcs who have fled at the sight of the riders. Eomer expresses concern that their presence would soon be discovered by Saruman. As they ascend further into the Deeping Coombe, they glance back and witness torches illuminating the dark fields below. Eomer states that their rearguard must hold their ground at the breach if they come under attack. Eowyn's role is significantly expanded in this section of the movie, despite the fact that she is prohibited from participating in battle. Interestingly, she is not even referenced in this particular chapter of the book. In the film, Theoden instructs her to oversee the individuals seeking refuge in the caves at the Hornburg. Nevertheless, Eowyn does not view this as a prestigious duty, and inquires of Aragorn if she can join him in battle instead. Eomer announces that the Lord of the Mark is approaching Helm's Gate. The guard quickly opens the gate. The army passes through the breach and stops on the grassy slope above. They are relieved to discover that Erkenbrand has stationed many soldiers to defend Helm's Gate, and more have managed to escape there since. The king and his riders then pass on, dismounting before the causeway and leading their horses up the ramp to enter the gates of the Hornburg, where they are welcomed with joy and renewed hope. At this juncture in the narrative, the elderly, the young, the women, and the children of the Westfold had already been escorted to the caves, accompanied by ample provisions, livestock, and forage. This scenario contrasts starkly with the depiction in the movie, where the population of Helm's Deep includes refugees from various parts of the Westfold. The defenders of the stronghold are significantly fewer in number and are only made aware of the enemy's strength and proximity upon Aragorn's return following his tumble off a cliff. In the book, Éomer swiftly prepares his men for battle. The king and his household troops are stationed in the Hornburg, along with many of the Westfold men. However, Éomer positions the majority of his forces on the Deeping Wall and its tower, as well as behind it, as he believes this area to be more vulnerable to a determined and powerful assault. The horses are taken far up the deep under whatever guard could be spared. The Deeping Wall stands at a height of 20 feet. There are openings in the stone where men could shoot arrows. Gimli is standing, leaning against the breastwork on the wall. Legolas is seated above on the parapet, handling his bow and gazing out into the darkness. Legolas expresses that he is pleased to have Gimli by his side with his sturdy legs and strong axe. They initially plan to ride straight from Isengard. Lord Elrond sends a group of elves to Helm's Deep in the film, a departure from the book where they are preoccupied with protecting their own territories from Sauron's attacks. The inclusion of elves in the movie was a deliberate choice to highlight their contributions and dispel the notion that they rely solely on humans for battle. The battle formations are also organized differently at the beginning of the conflict. Gandalf does not understand the connection between Isengard and... However, in the movie, there are significant differences, particularly with the unexpected arrival of a troop of elves under the leadership of Haldir. Aragorn, not Éomer, commands the troops stationed along the Deeping Wall, elves on the left, Rohirrim on the right, with Theoden assuming control of the keep. Legolas, Gimli and Aragorn are with Haldir's elves, with Gimli struggling to see over the battlements. Abruptly, shouts and cries erupt from the dike, along with the fierce battle cries of men. Soldiers ride back swiftly across the field and up the ramp towards the gate of the Hornburg. The rear defense of the Westfolders had been pushed back. Rain is pouring down relentlessly. The battlements are bombarded with arrows as thick as the rain, clinking and glancing off the stones. Brazen trumpets blare as the enemy advances, some heading towards the Deeping Wall, while others make their way to the causeway and the ramp leading to the Hornburg gates. The largest orcs and the fierce men of the Dunland Fells gather there. After a brief pause, they charge forward. The lightning illuminates every helm and shield, revealing the ghastly emblem of Isengard. Throughout the filming process, the number of Uruk-hai present never exceeded 100, with the remaining characters being generated using computer technology. The Battle of Helm's Deep showcased numerous spears crafted from cardboard tubes to ensure the safety of the charging horses. In the movie, the defenders make the initial move, albeit unintentionally, whereas in the novel, it is the attackers who initiate the attack by firing multiple volleys. Only after the attackers are hindered by the barrier of rocks and walls do the defenders release their own arrows. In the book, the Isengard forces reach the gates. Éomer and Aragorn stand side by side on the Deeping Wall. They race along the wall, up the steps, and into the outer court on the rock. As they hurry, they gather a group of strong swordsmen. Éomer and Aragorn draw their swords from their sheaths simultaneously. Charging towards the wild men from the flank, they throw themselves into battle. Startled, the attackers drop their weapons and attempt to fight back. However, their shield wall is shattered as if struck by lightning, and they are either cut down, hewn apart, or thrown over the cliff into the rocky stream below. The orc archers fire aimlessly before fleeing in fear. In the movie, Saruman's army manages to breach the inner fortress by breaking through the Deeping Wall using a notorious orc who swiftly navigates through the enemy ranks carrying an Olympic flame to set off explosives strategically placed in the culvert, the sole vulnerable spot in the wall. Subsequently, the orcs pour through the breach. This event occurs much later in the novel. Simultaneously as this explosion takes place, another group of orcs cross the causeway towards the fortress with a battering ram, initiating an assault on the gates. The battle cries of the 10,000 Uruk-hai during the Helm's Deep battle scene were sung by a crowd of 25,000 cricket enthusiasts who echoed war chants displayed on the Diamond Vision cricket screen with Sir Peter Jackson at the forefront. Éomer and Aragorn pause briefly in front of the gates. Aragorn observes the gates, noting the damage. The great hinges and iron bars are twisted and bent, with many timbers cracked. The doors will not endure another assault like this. Suddenly, about 12 orcs who have been lying still among the dead rise to their feet and swiftly approach. Two of them throw themselves at Éomer's feet, causing him to stumble, and in an instant they are upon him. However, a small, unnoticed dark figure emerges from the shadows and lets out a rough cry, Baruk Kazad, Kazad Aimanu. An axe swings and strikes back. 2 orcs fall without heads, the others run away. Éomer manages to stand up while Aragorn hurries back to help him. The iron door is secured and filled with stones. After everyone is safely inside, Éomer expresses his gratitude to Gimli, son of Gloin. The entrance to Helm's Deep was constructed with such great weight and strength for the film that even the powerful battering ram designed to breach the gates struggled to do so until the door had been weakened. The door had been built with so much durability, prompting director Sir Peter Jackson to express on the extended edition DVD that he would trust the Weta Workshop team to construct the door if he ever had to defend a castle. The enemy in front of them appears to have increased rather than decreased, and even more are advancing from the valley through the breach. The attack on the rock only provided a brief break. The assault on the gates intensifies. Orcs and hillmen swarm around its base from one end to the other. Ropes with grappling hooks are thrown over the parapet faster than men could cut them or throw them back. Hundreds of long ladders are raised. Many are destroyed, but many more take their place, and orcs climb up them. At the foot of the wall, the dead and broken are piled up. The soldiers of Rohan become fatigued. All their arrows have been used up, their swords are chipped, and their shields are split. Suddenly, a commotion erupts in the deep behind them. Orcs have snuck in, like through the tunnel from which the stream flows out. While filming, a stuntman fractured his leg while portraying the soldier struck by the bolt from the ballista-like contraption employed to raise the ladders. The Rohirrim's attack is intense and unexpected, causing the orcs to retreat. Gimli exclaims that he has killed 21 orcs and has slain more than Legolas. Legolas is sharpening his lengthy blade and states that he has killed over 24. Due to the fact that orcs have black blood, it was inevitable that the interior of their mouths would also be black instead of pink. In order to accomplish this, the orc actors had to rinse their mouths with a licorice-based mouthwash before filming each scene. Éomer and Aragorn rest heavily on their swords. In the distance, the sounds of battle on the rock echoes loudly once more. Suddenly, a blare of trumpets is sounded. There is a crash and a flash of flame and smoke. The waters of the deeping stream pour out hissing and foaming, no longer choked, as a gaping hole is blasted in the wall and a host of dark shapes pour in. A swarm of ladders appear against the battlements and the final assault overwhelms the defense, forcing some riders back into the deep and others towards the citadel. In the film, the orc army quickly breaches the wall and infiltrates the deep. Haldir tragically meets his demise on the battlements during this pivotal moment in the movie. Throughout the subsequent battles and retreats, Aragorn plays a crucial role in maintaining the morale and discipline of the troops. He is the one who remains optimistic and inspires others to do the same. In the book, Aragorn stumbles in his exhaustion. His enemies immediately close in. The orcs charge forward, shouting, reaching out with their long arms to grab him. The first one falls with Legolas's final arrow in his throat, but the others leap over him. Suddenly, a massive boulder thrown from the outer wall above crashes down on the staircase, pushing them back into the deep. Aragorn reaches the door, which swiftly closes behind him. Viggo Mortensen's tooth broke while filming at Helm's Deep, and he had to be taken to Sir Peter Jackson's dentist in Wellington. Despite still being in costume and covered in black orc blood, he chose not to have it cleaned off to avoid continuity issues. He returned to the set just 30 minutes after the dentist had finished with him. Aragorn states that he was unsure of Gimli's whereabouts, mentioning that he last saw him in battle before being separated by the enemy. Legolas expresses concern upon hearing this news, while Aragorn remains optimistic about Gimli's strength and ability to find safety in the caves. Legolas, however, wishes that Gimli had joined them, as he wants to share that his story had reached 39. Aragorn lightens the mood by joking that if Gimli made it back to the caves, he would surpass Legolas's count once again, praising Gimli's skill with an axe. Legolas expresses his need to find more arrows. Aragorn proceeded to enter the citadel. The king asks him what news he brings. Aragorn informs him that the deeping wall has fallen, and the defense has been overwhelmed. A significant number of his soldiers have withdrawn into the deep. Rumors suggest that Éomer is among them. It is rumoured that they have good supplies and the air is fresh due to openings high above in the rocks. No one can breach their defences against determined individuals. They could withstand for a considerable period. Theoden expresses his frustration in being in prison, wishing he could have been in battle. Aragorn reassures him that he is guarded in the strongest fastness of the Mark, providing more hope for defence in the Hornburg than in Adoras, or even at Dunharrow in the mountains. He questions how any fortress could withstand such overwhelming forces and hatred. Reflecting on the might of Isengard, he regrets his hasty decision to confront it, despite Gandalf's advice. Aragorn advises him not to judge Gandalf's counsel until the end. The king assures him that the end is near, but he will not meet his end there like a trapped badger. At dawn, he will have Helm's horn sounded and ride out with his horse from the inner court. He asks Aragorn to join him. Aragorn agrees. Legolas accompanies him. In the movie, Theoden is depicted as questioning his own capabilities and his capacity to govern his people as a ruler, yet he is also portrayed as excessively assured that Helm's Deep would not be conquered. Despite the orcs reaching the outer wall repeatedly, the defenders manage to push them back each time. Finally, Aragorn stands above the Grand Gates, unfazed by the enemy's attacks. As he gazes out, he notices the eastern sky lightening. With his hand raised in a gesture of parley, he prepares to negotiate. The orcs shout and taunt. The Helm's Deep sequence's filming was extremely demanding and lasted for several months, prompting Jackson to gift all the extras a commemorative t-shirt. The sheer number of extras led to them often spotting each other in New Zealand's major cities by spotting the shirts. The front of the shirt featured the phrase, "I survived Helm's Deep," with the letter M crossed out to signify the challenging nature of the experience. There were two versions available, one in black with red printing on the back saying Lord of the Rings Uruk-hai Battalion, and the other in blue with silver printing on the back saying the Lord of the Rings Elf Regiment. At Helm's Deep, a warrior with one eye looked directly at the camera, displaying his scarred empty socket. The actor portraying him arrived on set as an extra, sporting an eye patch. Director Sir Peter Jackson kindly requested to view what lay beneath the patch, and then inquired if the man would consider appearing in the film without it. Initially hesitant and feeling self-conscious, the man eventually admitted that the opportunity had helped him become more at ease with his situation. The gate's archway crumbles and crashes in smoke and dust, scattering the barricade as if by a thunderbolt. Aragorn hurries to the king's tower. As the orcs prepare to charge, a murmur arises behind them, growing to a clamour of many voices crying strange news in the dawn. The orcs upon the rock waver and look back. Suddenly, from the tower above, the sound of the great horn of Helm rings out. Many of the orcs cast themselves on their faces and cover their ears with their claws. The riders cry out for Helm, announcing the king's return to war. As they shout, the king appears, riding a white horse with a golden shield and a long spear. Aragorn is at his right hand, and behind him rides the lords of the house of Eorl the Young. From the deep comes the stern cries of men, forcing the enemy out of the caves. All the remaining men pour out from the rock, and the sound of blowing horns echo in the hills. The Helm's Deep battle spanned a 4-month period, with 20 hours of footage edited down to capture the intense action. The cast endured the rain machine for the duration of the shoot, with 3 months dedicated to night scenes and 1 month for daytime shots. Upon the ridge, a rider suddenly appears, dressed in white and gleaming in the morning sun. Behind him, 1,000 men hurry down the slopes, brandishing their swords. Among them walks a tall, powerful man with a red shield. As he reaches the edge of the valley, he raises a great black horn to his lips and blows a resounding blast. Gandalf has finally returned. The forces of Isengard roar, swaying back and forth in fear. Once more, the horn is sounded from the tower. The king's company charge down through the breach of the dike. Erkenbrand, Lord of Westfold, leaps down from the hills. Shadowfax also leaps down. The White Rider descends upon them, and the terror of his arrival fills the enemy with madness. The wild men fall on their faces before him. The orcs stagger, scream, and throw aside their swords and spears. Like black smoke driven by a rising wind, they flee. Wailing, they pass under the looming shadow of the trees, and from that shadow none ever return. The role of the Battle of Helm's Deep differs significantly between the film and the book. In the film, it serves as a climactic battle, comparable to the Battle of the Pelennor Fields in The Return of the King. On the other hand, in the book, it is portrayed as just another battle leading up to the conclusion at the Pelennor Fields and Minas Tirith. Consequently, the book provides much less detail, with the entire battle account spanning only a few pages. There were no orcs carrying the Olympic flame, no elves arriving as saviors, and therefore no dramatic death scenes for Haldir. Eomer participated while it was Erkenbrand who came to the aid of the besieged alongside Gandalf. Erkenbrand, a key figure in King Theoden's army lords in the novel, was omitted from the movie adaptation. In the book, Erkenbrand and Gandalf were the ones who spearheaded the final assault of the Rohirrim against the Orc army, while Eomer was engaged in combat within Helm's Deep alongside King Theoden, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. However, in the film, Eomer is dispatched early on, and it is he who ultimately ensures triumph against the Uruk-hai alongside Gandalf. Chapter 8: The Road to Isengard. King Theoden and Gandalf, the White Rider, meet once more in the light of a fair morning. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, Legolas the Elf, Erkenbrand of Westfold, and the Lords of the Golden House are also present. The Rohirrim, the Riders of the Mark, stand around them, their joy in victory overshadowed by wonder as they gaze towards the wood. Suddenly, a great shout rings out as those who have been pushed back into the deep come down from the dike. Among them are Gamling the Old, Eomer son of Eomund, and Gimli the Dwarf, with a linen band stained with blood around his head, his voice loud and strong despite the lack of a helm. Theoden greets his nephew Eomer. Eomer looks in amazement, first at the forest and then at Gandalf. He thanks him for his help. In turn, Gandalf thanks Eomer for his courage. They all look at Gandalf with even greater amazement. Some cast suspicious glances at the forest, rubbing their brows as if questioning their own eyes. Gandalf laughs heartily. Gandalf confirms his return to Isengard, inviting others to join him. Theoden expresses doubts about having enough men in the Mark to attack Saruman's stronghold. Despite this, Gandalf insists on going to Isengard briefly before heading eastward. He instructs Theoden to look for him in Adoras before the moon wanes. Theoden initially hesitates, but ultimately decides to accompany Gandalf. Gandalf expresses his desire to have a conversation with Saruman as soon as possible. The king, however, mentions that both he and his men are exhausted from battle and long journeys. Gandalf suggests that they rest before embarking on their journey under the cover of evening to maintain secrecy. He advises against bringing a large number of men, as they are going for a parley, not a battle. The king then selects able men with swift horses to spread the news of victory and summon all able-bodied individuals to Adoras for an assembly. He chooses Eomer and 20 men to accompany him to Isengard, while Gandalf would be joined by Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. Despite his injuries, Gimli insists on joining the group. Gandalf states towards the conclusion of the battle that the Battle of Helm's Deep has ended. But the Battle of Middle-earth is on the verge of commencing is a rephrased version of a segment from one of Sir Winston Churchill's renowned speeches during World War II on June 18, 1940. The Battle of France is finished. I believe that the Battle of Britain is about to start. The king returns to the Hornburg and experiences a peaceful sleep. Unlike any he had in years, the rest of his chosen companions also rest. Meanwhile, those who are not injured begin the task of burying the fallen soldiers from the battle. Many orcs were killed, and their bodies were countless. A large number of hillmen have surrendered and beg for mercy. The men of the Mark disarm them and put them to work. Hammer, the captain of the King's Guard, is buried alone in a grave under the shadow of the Hornburg, as he had fallen before the gate. Later in the day, the king's group prepare to leave. The burial process has just begun, and Theoden grieves for Hammer, his captain, as he places the first soil on his grave. As the sun approached the western hills of the Coombe, Theoden, Gandalf, and their companions finally descended from the dike. A large crowd, consisting of riders and the people of Westfold, gather behind them, old and young, women and children who have emerged from the caves. They sing a victorious song with clear voices, then fall silent, watching the trees with apprehension. The company of riders arrive at the wood and come to a stop. Both horse and man are hesitant to enter. However, Gandalf boldly leads the company forward, and at the point where the road from the Hornburg meets the trees, they discover an opening resembling an arched gate under mighty boughs. Gandalf passes through it, and the others follow. They could hear the creaking and groaning of branches, distant cries, and the murmuring of wordless voices filled with anger. No orc or any other living creature is visible. Legolas and Gimli ride together on a single horse, staying near Gandalf as Gimli feels uneasy about the forest. It's about 15 leagues to Isengard. Eventually, the group passes through the trees and reach the bottom of the Coombe, where the road from Helm's Deep divides, leading east to Edoras and north to the fords of Isen. As they depart from the shelter of the woods, Legolas stops and gazes back with a sense of longing. Suddenly, he lets out a cry. He informs everyone that eyes are watching them. The rest of the group, taken aback by his outburst, stops and turns around. However, Legolas begins to retreat. Just then, 3 peculiar figures emerge from the trees. Towering like trolls, stand at least 12 feet tall with robust bodies. The stout figures, resembling young trees, appear to be covered in garments or hides of tight-fitting grey and brown. Their gaze is fixed with solemn, yet not upon the riders. Their eyes are directed towards the north. Suddenly, they raise their lengthy hands to their mouths and emit echoing calls. These calls are met with responses, and upon turning around, the riders behold other beings of similar nature drawing near, traversing the grass with swift strides. The riders express their astonishment aloud, with some reaching for their sword hilts. Gandalf assures them that they do not need to arm themselves. These are merely Ents, also known as herdsmen or guardians of the trees. As he speaks, the tall figures walk into the forest without acknowledging the riders and disappear. The company then turns away from the Coombe and the wood and heads towards the fords. Legolas follows reluctantly. The path descends between ascending grassy banks, cutting through the terraces towards the riverbank and then rising again on the opposite side. The riders gaze at the crossings, finding it peculiar, for the fords have always been a lively place with the sound of water rushing over stones, but now it is eerily quiet. The riverbeds are nearly dry. Saruman has ruined many beautiful things, and he has also consumed the sources of Isen. Aware that Saruman has sent his full strength against them, Gandalf is concerned that wolf riders and plunderers might attack Meduseld while it is defenseless. However, he now believes there is no need to worry, as they will find their home welcoming upon their return. They continue their journey, relieved to have left the sorrowful fords behind. As they travel, the wolves' howling resumes. They follow an ancient highway that runs from Isengard to the crossings, traveling swiftly and covering a great distance by midnight. The king, exhausted, calls for a halt at the feet of the misty mountains, with the long arms of Nan Curinir reaching down to meet them. They set up camp next to the Isen River. It remains quiet and deserted. A few of them manage to get some sleep. However, during the late hours of the night, the guards shout, and everyone wakes up. Gandalf commands them not to arm themselves. They hear whispers, groans, and a ceaseless rustling sigh. The ground trembles beneath them. The next morning, they venture out and were astonished to find that the dead orcs and the trees have disappeared. The grass in the deep valley is flattened and trampled brown, as if a group of giant herdsmen have grazed large herds of cattle there. A mile below the dike, a massive pit has been dug into the ground, with stones piled on top to form a hill. It is believed that the orcs they have killed are buried there. Currently, the situation is different. While there are still cultivated acres tended by Saruman's slaves under the walls of Isengard, most of the valley has transformed into a wild landscape of overgrown weeds and thorns. With the realization that the gates of Isengard are close by, a sense of heaviness settles in their hearts. The Rohirrim's armor and weapons are inspired by the clothing of Anglo-Saxon and Swedish fighters during the Migration era, specifically drawing from discoveries at Sutton Hoo, Valsgard, and Vendel. Instead of dragons and ravens, the helmets are adorned with horses. All the hero horses were purchased for the production instead of being rented out, in order to give them the opportunity to acclimate to the activities of film crews. In order to boost the count of Rohirrim riders, a significant portion of the individuals identified as men were in fact women who had attached beards. It has been observed by Sir Peter Jackson and others that, in numerous instances, these women were actually more proficient riders compared to the men. Below the arm of the mountain in the Wizard's Vale, there stands for countless years the ancient place known as Isengard. It was partly formed by the mountains themselves, but the men of Westernesse had also built mighty structures there in the past. Saruman has lived there for a long time and had been very active. A large ring wall of stone resembling towering cliffs juts out from the side of the mountain, extending and then curving back. There is only one entrance, a large arch carved into the southern wall. In the past, the land was lush and abundant with pathways, orchards of productive trees, nourished by rivers originating from the mountains and leading to a lake. However, during Saruman's rule, no vegetation thrives there. The pathways are constructed with tough, dark stone slabs, and instead of trees along the edges, there stands rows of pillars, varying from marble to copper and iron, connected by sturdy chains. There are numerous houses, chambers, halls, and passages, carved and excavated into the walls on their inner side, allowing countless windows and dark doors to overlook the open circle. A multitude of individuals could reside there, including workers, servants, slaves, and warriors, equipped with a vast array of weapons. Wolves are also housed and fed in deep dens below. Despite being portrayed as wolf-like creatures in the book, the movie adaptation incorporated features of hyenas to give the wargs a more menacing and distinctive look. Isengard's circle resembles a burial ground for restless spirits. The shafts descend through various slopes and winding staircases to deep caverns. There, Saruman has vaults, warehouses, armories, forges, and large furnaces. Iron wheels turn ceaselessly and hammers pound. All the roads converge at the center, surrounded by chains. A magnificent tower stands there, built by ancient craftsmen who had shaped the Ring of Isengard. This peak and rock formation is dark and polished, with 4 massive pillars of multi-sided stone fused into one structure. Near the top, these pillars open into wide horns, their tips as sharp as spears and as keen as knives. This is Orthanc, the fortress of Saruman, a name that holds a dual meaning. In Elvish, it means Mount Fang, while in the language of the Mark of Old, it means the cunning mind. Isengard was once a strong and magnificent place, with great lords and wise men dwelling there. However, Saruman, in his deception, has shaped it to his own purposes, believing he was improving it. Yet, all his efforts were but a mere imitation of the power and grandeur of Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower of Mordor, which stands unchallenged and secure in its pride and strength. Gandalf now approaches the towering hand, riding past it, and the riders are astonished to see that the hand is no longer white. It is stained, resembling dried blood, with red nails. Gandalf continues into the mist, paying no attention, and the others reluctantly follow. Finally, they have arrived at the entrance of Isengard. The doors are strewn across the ground, twisted and broken. Although the grand arch still stands, it now leads to an open, roofless chasm, the tunnel exposed, with massive cracks and gaps torn through the cliff-like walls on both sides, their towers reduced to rubble. The area beyond is filled with hot water, like a boiling pot, where wreckage of beams, chests, and broken gear floats. The Tower of Orthanc stands tall and unbroken by the storm, pale waters lapping at its base. The king and his entire entourage remain silent on their horses, amazed, realizing that Saruman's power had been defeated. However, they could not comprehend how. Their gaze shifts towards the archway and the destroyed gates. There, they notice a large pile of rubble right next to them, and suddenly they spot 2 small figures lying comfortably on it, dressed in grey and blending in with the stones. Bottles, bowls, and plates are placed next to them as if they have just finished a satisfying meal and are now taking a break. One appears to be asleep, the other, sitting with legs crossed and arms behind his head, reclined against a shattered rock, exhaling long wisps and small rings of thin blue smoke from his mouth. He rises to his feet swiftly. He appears youthful, or at least resembles one. Despite being only half the height of a man, his head is adorned with brown, curly hair left uncovered, while he is wrapped in a cloak of the same colour and style as Gandalf's companions when they journeyed to Edoras. With a deep bow and a hand over his heart, he greets Éomer and the king, seemingly unaware of the wizard and his companions. Gandalf and the Rohirrim's mission to Isengard only takes place in the beginning of the third film, The Return of the King. Merry introduces himself and Pippin. He then says that Lord Saruman is present, but currently engaged in discussion with Wormtongue. Otherwise, he would surely be there to welcome such esteemed guests. Gandalf chuckles and agrees. Gimli yells out that he, along with Legolas, and Aragorn search day and night for the two hobbits, and there they are lazily lying about. Theoden admits that his people have no knowledge of hobbits, except for the fact that they live far away, across hills and rivers in holes in sand dunes. However, Theoden hints that there might be more to the hobbits than what is known. Gandalf interrupts Theoden, warning him that the hobbits are oblivious to the danger they are in. Merry informs him that Treebeard is on the north side getting a drink of clean water and that most of the other Ents are with him, busy at their work. Gandalf, realizing it is already past noon and they haven't eaten since early morning, expresses his desire to meet Treebeard soon. He wonders if Treebeard has left any message for him, or if the food and drink had made them forget about it. Merry tells him that Treebeard has indeed left a message. It says that the Lord of the Mark and Gandalf are invited to ride to the northern wall, where Treebeard awaits to welcome them. Gandalf and Theoden both agree to meet with him. Merry and Pippin spend a significant amount of time in Fangorn Forest with Treebeard, listening to his never-ending tales, getting caught up in some irate trees, and waiting while the extremely long-winded Ents exchange good morning greetings at the Entmoot. In the book, Merry and Pippin continue to linger as the Ents decide to go to war against Saruman and the Uruk-hai. However, Jackson and company felt that Merry and Pippin were somewhat like baggage at this point, so they decided to give the hobbits a more prominent role in the story. Instead of the Ents independently deciding to go to war, they initially conclude that the conflict on their borders is not their concern. Merry delivers a passionate speech about the Ents being part of the world and having a stake in the impending war, but Treebeard remains unmoved. In the end, Movie Pippin realizes the gravity of the situation. If the war continues, it will not be contained and will eventually reach the Shire. As Treebeard escorts the hobbits to safety, Pippin suggests heading south, past Isengard as it is unexpected. This decision leads them to the part of the forest that has been destroyed by Saruman and his followers, enraging Treebeard. He calls upon the other Ents to witness the devastation, which ultimately motivates them, and the Huorns in the extended edition, to march Isengard and bring it to ruin. Saruman's fate took a different turn in Peter Jackson's adaptation. Initially, the director intended for the White Wizard to meet his end after being defeated at Isengard, rather than at the conclusion of the trilogy as depicted in the original books. However, the scene of his demise was deemed underwhelming for the ending of The Two Towers, where he simply falls from his tower without a struggle. Consequently, this scene was entirely omitted from the theatrical release and only included in the extended edition of The Return of the King. Chapter 9, Flotsam and Jetsam. Gandalf and the King's company is departing heading east to encircle the ruined walls of Isengard. Meanwhile, Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas choose to stay behind. Aragorn is pleased that the hunt is finally over and that they are reunited with the hobbits once more. The hobbits have decided to take them for lunch. Pippin offers to make some toast, but the bread is about 4 days old. Pippin remarks that there's a storeroom in the building and it's above the floods. They return with dishes, bowls, cups, knives, and various types of food. Merry assures Gimli that it's orc stuff, but man food, and this is first-rate salted pork. Then he asks him if he will have wine or beer. Gimli is happy with the choices. The three are soon occupied with their meal, while the hobbits begin eating for a second time. This scene has been completely cut from the Lord of the Rings The Two Towers film, as well as the third installment, The Return of the King, because of time pressure. It's quite challenging to pinpoint the variations between J.R.R. Tolkien's The Two Towers and Peter Jackson's The Lord of the Rings. The Two Towers, due to significant discrepancies in the order of events. The story unfolds with two distinct plot lines: the journey of Frodo and Sam towards Mordor, and in the escapades of the remaining characters in the Western lands such as Gondor, Rohan, and Fangorn. Unlike Tolkien, who split the two main storylines into separate books, the screenplay intertwines them to maintain a fast-paced and progressive narrative flow. Aragorn mentions that many strange tales have been told about Fangorn Forest, but he himself has never entered it. He asks for more information about the land and the Ents. Pippin then describes the Ents as all different, but with very odd eyes. Gimli interrupts, wanting to hear the story from the beginning, starting with the day the Fellowship was broken. Merry promises to tell the tale if there is time, but first suggests that they all fill their pipes and pretend they are back at Bree or in Rivendell. He then shows them a bag of tobacco which he has found during salvage work. Gimli takes some of the pipeweed and approves of its feel and smell. Aragorn then reclines and exhales a thin stream of smoke from his lips. Legolas remains motionless and humming softly to himself. Pippin announces that it's only been 9 days since their capture. He also delves into a narrative of Boromir's final battle and the orc journey from Emyn Muil to the forest. The rest nod as the pieces of the puzzle falls into place. Aragorn gives them the 2 sheathed knives that they have lost. Merry is surprised and happy to have his knife back. Merry tells them that Saruman is really in a tough spot, no matter what happens. Things have started going downhill for him as soon as his orcs entered Rohan. Pippin tells them about the Ents and their taking of Isengard. Pippin and Merry have accompanied them, perched on Treebeard's shoulders. To their surprise, all of Saruman's followers are marching away. It seems that Saruman has intended to deliver a final blow to the king and his men by emptying Isengard. Aragorn mentions that they have faced many half-orcs at Helm's Deep. It's clear now that the Southerner is a spy for Saruman, but his exact allegiance remains a mystery. When Saruman has dispatched his entire army, it is the Ents' turn. Treebeard sets the hobbits down and approaches the gates. He begins pounding on the doors, calling for Saruman. There is no response, only arrows and stones from the walls. However, arrows are ineffective against Ents. They may cause pain and anger them. But an Ent can be riddled with orc arrows like a pincushion and suffer no real harm. They are immune to poison. Their skin is incredibly tough, tougher than bark. It requires a powerful axe blow to wound them severely. They detest axes. However, it would take a multitude of axe wielders to defeat a single Ent. A person who strikes once at an Ent never gets a chance for a second blow. When Treebeard is struck by a few arrows, he starts to heat up. A loud hoom-home escapes him, and a dozen more Ents come striding over. They push, pull, tear, shake, and hammer. And in just 5 minutes, those massive gates lie in ruins. Saruman seems clueless on how to handle it. He might have fooled the Ents once, but never again. He fails to understand them and has made the grave mistake of underestimating them. He has no plan for handling them, and once they take action, it's all over. The remaining creatures in Isengard flee through any gap the Ents have opened up. After interrogating a few men, the Ents let them go. Not many orcs are able to escape, especially not from the Huorns. The forest is swarming with them all around Isengard. When the Ents have demolished a significant portion of the southern walls, Saruman panics and flees as well. As the Ents force their way in, he makes a quick exit. Quickbeam, usually gentle, harbours a deep hatred for Saruman due to the suffering his people have endured from orc axes. Quickbeam may not make a direct appearance in The Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers movie, but fans have spotted a Rowan Ent character that is often associated with Quickbeam, albeit in a silent role. In the book, the Ents decide to go to war after the Entmoot, but in the movie, they decide against it. However, Pippin manages to manipulate them into joining the war later on. Quickbeam swiftly descends the path from the inner gate. When Saruman is safely back in Orthanc, it doesn't take long for him to put his machinery to work. By then, many Ents are inside Isengard, causing a lot of damage. Suddenly, fires and foul fumes erupt, scorching and blistering several of the Ents. One of them, Beachbone, gets caught in a spray of liquid fire and burns like a torch. The Ents stride and storm, breaking pillars, hurling avalanches of boulders down the shafts, and tossing up huge slabs of stone into the air like leaves. Iron posts and blocks of masonry go rocketing up hundreds of feet and smash against the windows of Orthanc. But Treebeard keeps his head. He has not had any burns. He does not want his folk to hurt themselves in their fury, and he does not want Saruman to escape out of some hole in the confusion. Treebeard steps into the circle and shouts. Then, from a high window in the tower, a shrill laugh breaks the silence, sending a strange chill through the Ents. They gather around Treebeard, listening as he speaks to them in their own language, sharing a plan he has made long ago. Merry and Pippin are mostly left to themselves. They spend a lot of time searching for food. Ents and Hjorns are digging large pits and trenches and creating large pools and dams, collecting all the waters of the Isen. Treebeard returns to the gate at dusk. He appears content as he stretches his massive arms and legs, taking in a deep breath. The sound of a rider approaches along the road. Suddenly, a magnificent horse strides up. They can clearly see the rider's face. It appears to glow, and his attire is entirely white. It is Gandalf. Although Gandalf doesn't seem as delighted to see Pippin. He tells him to get up and demands to know where Treebeard is. Treebeard emerges from the shadows as soon as he hears his voice. Gandalf addresses Treebeard, seeking his assistance with managing a large number of orcs. The two then hold a quick council together before Gandalf returns. He appears relieved and almost cheerful. He expresses his happiness at seeing them again. He then takes his leave. Merry and Pippin feel safer again. Gimli then asks about Wormtongue and how he has ended up with Saruman. Pippin admits that he has arrived there early that morning. Wormtongue seems so disoriented that he doesn't notice them at first. When he finally does, he lets out a cry and attempts to flee on his horse. However, Treebeard plucks him from his saddle. The horse bolts in fear and the man falls to the ground. He identifies himself as Grima, a friend and advisor to the king, claiming he has been dispatched by Theoden with crucial messages for Saruman. He claims to have been facing hunger and exhaustion, even had to flee far north to escape wolves. But the hobbits quickly realize that the man is lying. Treebeard's gaze makes the man squirm until he finally reveals his true identity as Wormtongue. Treebeard tells him that Gandalf has given him all the information he needs, and that he is now in charge of Isengard, not Saruman. But Treebeard still allows Wormtongue to go and see Saruman. There is still someone in the tower. A hand emerges and pulls Wormtongue inside. After the Ents have left, Merry and Pippin feels tired and hungry. But they don't complain. Their hard work has paid off. It is during their search for food that Pippin has stumbled upon the treasure of all the flotsam, those hornblower barrels. Pippin mentions that pipeweed is better after food, and that's how the situation has unfolded. In the movie, Grima Wormtongue fatally wounds Saruman during their confrontation, causing Saruman to fall onto the spiked wheel of one of his machines. Legolas then shoots an arrow, killing Wormtongue. However, in the book, Saruman survives until near the end of the story. He even takes up residence in Frodo's home at Bag End after being ousted by the hobbits. Eventually, Saruman meets his end at the hands of Grima, who slays him in a fit of hatred on the doorstep of Bag End. The hobbits then take care of Wormtongue. Since the Battle of Bywater and the Scouring of the Shire were omitted from the films, a different way to conclude Saruman and Grima's fates had to be created, leading to their demise at Orthanc instead. Chapter 10: The Voice of Saruman. Orthanc has numerous windows and is still a threat amidst the desolation surrounding it. The floodwaters have mostly receded, leaving behind murky pools covered in debris. There are riders approaching from the north, steadily making their way towards Orthanc. Legolas points out that it's Gandalf and Theoden with his men. The precise date of Orthanc's construction and the founding of Isengard remains a mystery, but it is believed to have been built sometime between SA 3320, the period when Arnor and Gondor were established, and say 3430, the time of the formation of the last alliance of elves and men. Enclosed within the tower's strong walls was one of the Palantiri, known as the Stone of Orthanc. Consequently, Orthanc became recognized as one of the 7 towers of the Dunedain, holding the 7th seeing stone that Elendil brought back from Numenor. Gandalf tells them that he had some interesting discussions with Treebeard, and they have made a few plans. He also admits that he does not feel hostile towards Saruman and that he wishes to pay him a visit. However, it may be dangerous and futile, but it's necessary. He also invites others to join him, but they must be cautious and serious. Gimli offers to go with him because he wants to see if Saruman looks like Gandalf. But Gandalf questions the Master Dwarf about his ability to discern Saruman's disguises. He warns of the danger of underestimating the wizard's powers. In the film, The Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King, Gimli suggests that they behead Saruman for his crimes. However, Gandalf suggests that they leave him alone and that he holds no more power. They arrive at the base of Orthanc. The stone tower stands ominously black. Each side of the tower is adorned with sharp edges. Only a few scratches and small splinters near the bottom hints at the wrath of the Ents. A grand door looms high above the ground with a shuttered window above it. It leads to a balcony enclosed by iron bars. A set of 27 wide stairs leads up to the door. This staircase is the sole entrance to the tower. At the base of the staircase, Gandalf advises the king to stay behind. However, he wishes to accompany Gandalf because he desires to confront the enemy who has caused him so much harm. Éomer will come with him to protect him. Gandalf agrees and also allows Aragorn to join them. The rest can wait at the bottom of the stairs. Gimli objects because he and Legolas want to go with. Gandalf doesn't deny them. Meanwhile, Merry and Pippin occupy the lower step, feeling insignificant and vulnerable. In the film, the company does not argue over who goes to see Saruman. They do not bother with him, but instead confer with Treebeard. In the film, Merry and Pippin are not excluded from the conversation with Gandalf, Theoden, and the rest. In fact, they are joyous and feel as though they were instrumental in bringing an end to Isengard. Gandalf stands in front of the door of Orthanc and pounds on it with his staff. He loudly calls out to Saruman. There is no response for a while. Finally, the window above the door is unbarred, but no figure could be seen in its dark opening. A voice can be heard demanding who is there and what their business is there. Theoden is startled and recognizes that it is Grima Wormtongue's voice. Theoden suddenly commands Wormtongue to bring Saruman to them. The window shuts, and they wait. Suddenly, a different voice speaks, soft and melodious, its very sound bewitching. The voice holds a power that none could resist. The voice asks them why they should disrupt his peace. Saruman finally appears in a magnificent cloak. His face is elongated with a prominent forehead and mysterious dark eyes. His hair and beard are a striking white, yet traces of black could still be seen near his mouth and ears. Gimli thinks Saruman looks similar to Gandalf, but different at the same time. Saruman recognizes Gandalf immediately. He also recognizes Theoden, Lord of the Mark of Rohan. He attempts to flatter the king and offer his aid. Theoden parts his lips as if to speak, yet remains silent. His gaze shifts from Saruman's dark, solemn eyes to Gandalf standing beside him. The king appears hesitant. Gandalf makes no gesture. He keeps still, waiting patiently for an unseen signal. A shadow of fear creeps over their hearts. There is a sense of danger, the possible end of their land in darkness. While Gandalf leads them on, Saruman offers an escape route. Gimli the dwarf suddenly bursts in. He firmly grasps the handle of his axe and growls. He states that the words of this wizard are twisted. In the language of Orthanc, help means ruin, and saving means slaying. Saruman tells Gimli to be quiet because none of this land's troubles concern him. Saruman begs for peace and wishes to speak to the king alone. Theoden remains silent. Éomer, however, boldly addresses the situation at hand, expressing his concerns about the potential danger they face. Saruman then tries to convince the king to abandon the idea of war because his men have suffered enough already. Theoden finally speaks and agrees to peace, but peace will only come when Saruman and all his evil deeds are no more. Saruman, in a fit of rage, leans over the railing as if he intends to strike the king with his staff. Saruman admits that he holds no grudge against Gandalf because they are both part of a distinguished and ancient order. They are highly esteemed in Middle-earth. He asks Gandalf if they could come to an understanding and disregard these lesser individuals from their thoughts. Together, they could still achieve much to mend the world's troubles. Gandalf joins Saruman inside Orthanc to discuss matters. The door shuts, leaving the rest outside. Peter Jackson shot a sequence where Gandalf, Aragorn, and the Rohan army faced off against Saruman at Orthanc. However, this crucial deleted scene from The Lord of the Rings was not included in the theatrical version. Saruman's wrongdoings from the books are summarized by Gandalf, who attempts to persuade his former ally to provide information, but without success. Saruman, now corrupted, refuses to descend from his tower, leading them to make a final plea to Wormtongue. Surprisingly, Wormtongue betrays his master by stabbing him in the back, causing Saruman to plummet from Orthanc and impale himself on a spike below in a gruesome manner. Peter Jackson made a last-minute decision to eliminate this particular scene from the final version of Return of the King, opting instead for a brief line of dialogue that hinted at Saruman's diminishing threat. Jackson's rationale for removing Saruman's downfall to streamline a film that was already pushing the boundaries of a theatrical runtime. In a 2003 interview, Jackson revealed that the scene was initially planned for the conclusion of The Two Towers, but was ultimately scrapped due to pacing issues. Although Jackson initially considered incorporating the material at the beginning of Return of the King, he ultimately decided against it. Consequently, the sequence was removed, with Jackson assuming that most viewers would infer Saruman's defeat by the Ents. Suddenly, Gandalf burst into laughter and the illusion disappears instantly. Gandalf calls Saruman the jailer of Mordor and that they are nothing alike. Overwhelmed by pride and hatred, Saruman taunts them. Gandalf then warns Saruman that this is his last chance to leave Orthanc. Saruman wants to know why he must leave. Gandalf reminds him that his servants have been destroyed and scattered. His neighbors have turned against him, and he has attempted to deceive his master. Now he could be free from bondage, from chains, and from commands. Saruman will be free to go wherever he wishes, even to Mordor. But first he must hand over to the Key of Orthanc and his staff. They can be returned to him at a later time if he proves himself deserving. Saruman lets out a maniacal laugh and declines the offer. He pivots and departs from the balcony. Gandalf warns Saruman that he would face consequences and might not easily escape unless the dark forces of the East intervenes. With a powerful and authoritative tone, Gandalf declares his true identity as Gandalf the White. He has returned from death, not the Grey whom Saruman has betrayed. He shatters Saruman's staff and commands him to leave. With a cry, Saruman stumbles back and crawls away. At that moment, a heavy, gleaming object comes hurtling down from above. It narrowly misses Gandalf's head before striking the step on which he stands. The object remains unscathed, rolling down the stairs. It is a dark crystal globe, yet glowing with an inner fire. Pippin chases after it and picks it up. Gandalf quickly intervenes, taking the object from him. Gandalf suggests that they depart. Gandalf declares that the task is complete and that he must now seek out Treebeard and inform him of the outcome. They make their way back to the gate's remains. As they exit under the arch, Treebeard and a group of other Ents emerge. Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas observe them with astonishment. Gandalf introduces 3 of his companions to Treebeard. The old Ent gazes at them intently and converses with each of them. Finally, he addresses Legolas and is surprised that Legolas has travelled all the way from Mirkwood. Legolas admits that Mirkwood is not as immense as Fangorn Forest. Gimli bows respectfully, causing his axe to accidentally fall from his belt. Treebeard gazes at him with a serious expression. He remarks that he holds elves in high regard, but not dwarves. Legolas defends Gimli by stating that Gimli doesn't use his axe to cut down trees, but for orc-necks. Gandalf then reminds Treebeard to be cautious of Saruman. Merely placing guards around the tower will not suffice. There are hidden passages beneath Orthanc, and Saruman likely plans to move about unnoticed in no time. It is a good idea to flood the underground passages once more. Once all the underground areas are submerged and the exits are sealed, Saruman will have no choice but to stay above ground and watch from the windows. Christopher Lee's exclusion from the final film caused a rift between him and the director, leading to his absence from the premiere. However, this conflict was resolved before his return in The Hobbit. Fans were disappointed by Saruman's fate after The Two Towers, feeling that such a significant villain deserved a more dignified end. A petition was launched to reinstate his deleted death scene, which was eventually included in the extended version of Return of the King due to pressure from both viewers and the actor himself. This decision solidified Saruman's death as an integral part of the Lord of the Rings movie trilogy. Chapter 11: The Palantir. Gandalf, his companions, the king and his riders depart from Isengard. Gandalf tells everyone that they will ride gently for a few hours until they reach the end of the valley. The next day, they will pick up the pace. The Two Towers film does not feature the scene of Gandalf and the hobbits departing from Isengard. In fact, they only meet in the third film, The Return of the King. They initially planned to ride straight from Isengard to the king's house at Edoras, but this journey would take several days across the plains, so they have reconsidered and altered their course. Messengers have been dispatched to Helm's Deep to alert them of the king's imminent return the next day. Moving forward, they must travel in small groups of no more than 2 or 3. They must avoid open travel over the land, day or night. Gandalf does not understand the connection between Isengard and Mordor. The Eye of Barad-dûr will be looking impatiently towards the Wizard's Vale and towards Rohan. The less it sees, the better. Tolkien has asserted that the Two Towers are Orthanc and the Tower of Cirith Ungol. However, in his initial design for the cover of the Two Towers, the towers are indeed Orthanc and Minas Morgul. Finally, they stop and turn away from the highway. They set up camp and build a fire. 2 guards are posted for the night watch. After supper, the others wrap themselves in cloaks and blankets and go to sleep. The hobbits lie in a corner on a pile of old bracken. Merry is tired, but Pippin seems unusually restless. He is wondering about the glass ball in Gandalf's grasp. Gandalf is hiding information from them. Merry reminds him not to interfere in the affairs of wizards, for they are cunning and easily provoked. However, Pippin argues that they have been too involved in wizards' business for months. He wants some excitement and knowledge, and he wants to see the ball. Merry replies that he should go to sleep, but Pippin can't bear it any longer and decides to get up. So he ventures out into the chilly night. The guards are nowhere to be seen. So Pippin quietly makes his way to where Gandalf is resting. He gazes down at the wizard. The sorcerer appears to be in a slumber, yet his eyelids are not completely shut. Pippin quickly retreats. However, Gandalf remains motionless. Pippin kneels down and slowly takes the object from Gandalf. It doesn't feel as heavy as he had anticipated. He lingers for a moment clutching it. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. He quietly moves away, locates a sizable stone, and returns. He swiftly removes the cloth, envelopes the stone in it, and kneels down to place it next to the wizard's hand. Pippin picks up the crystal sphere and hastily covers it with his own cloak. He begins to turn back towards his bed. Just then, Gandalf stirs in his sleep, murmuring incomprehensible words in a foreign language. His hand reaches out and grasps the wrapped stone. Then he sighs and remains still. In the third film, The Return of the King, Pippin and Merry share a room with Gandalf and other men. Pippin sneakily replaces the Palantir in Gandalf's arms with a jug. In the book, Pippin scolds himself silently. He quietly slips away and settles on a grassy mound near his resting place. He examines the ball closely. Initially, the sphere appears dark and jet black, but then a faint glow and movement emerges from within. Pippin's gaze is captivated, and he is unable to turn away. The interior appears to ignite, with the ball spinning or the light swirling. He gasps and fights against it, but he can't let go of the ball. Finally, with a choked cry, he collapses backwards. The scream echoes through the air, causing the guards to swiftly descend from the banks. The entire camp is soon bustling with activity. Gandalf realizes that Pippin is the thief. He hastily covers the object with his cloak. He kneels beside Pippin, who is lying motionless on his back. Pippin's vacant eyes are fixed on the sky. Gandalf grasps Pippin's hand, checking for signs of life. After placing his hands on Pippin's forehead, the hobbit trembles. Suddenly, he cries out, jolting upright and gazing around in confusion. He shouts in a high-pitched, emotionless voice, backing away from Gandalf. He then attempts to rise and flee, but Gandalf restrains him. Gandalf orders Pippin to come back to him. The hobbit apologizes to Gandalf, but the wizard is eager to know what has happened. He admits having taken the orb, and he has witnessed things that terrified him. He can only recall Sauron's presence and his interrogation. Gandalf isn't satisfied with Pippin's explanation. He wants to know what Pippin saw and what he revealed to Sauron. Pippin shuts his eyes and trembles. They all gaze at him, except for Merry, who turns away. Pippin talks about towering battlements, 9 winged creatures, and a tower. Then there is Sauron. Pippin has revealed himself to him. The pain is unbearable. His satisfaction at Pippin's distress is evident. Pippin feels himself crumbling. Gandalf demands that Pippin should look at him. Pippin gazes directly into the wizard's eyes. The wizard maintains eye contact for a moment, but says nothing. Then his expression softens, and a faint smile crosses his face. He gently places his hand on Pippin's head. Gandalf has heard enough. He trusts Pippin and knows that he is honest. Gandalf orders Pippin to rest, and if he feels anything unsettling, he should call out. With that, Gandalf returns to the others. They are still standing by the Orthanc stone. He reassures them that everything is all right. Aragorn inquires about Pippin's well-being, to which Gandalf responds optimistically. He reassures Aragorn that hobbits have a remarkable ability to recover quickly from distressing situations. Gandalf then entrusts Aragorn with the dangerous task of guarding the Orthanc stone. Aragorn agrees. The film shows that Pippin investigates the Palantir inside the tent, not outside. Also, a big eye appears through the Palantir. The book, however, doesn't specify that it was an eye, but just Sauron himself. The 2 guards outside, Legolas and Aragorn, suddenly realize something is wrong and head inside the tent. Another change from the book is that Aragorn grabs the Palantir from Pippin only to fall under its spell. He then drops it, and it rolls away until Gandalf throws a cloak over it. Pippin then tells him that he saw a white tree in a courtyard of stone that was dead and burning. Gandalf realizes that Pippin is talking about the city of Minas Tirith. Aragorn declares that they have finally uncovered the connection between Isengard and Mordor, and how it has been operating. Gandalf admits that he originally thought of investigating this stone himself to discover its uses. But if he had, he would have been exposed to Sauron. Even if he has found the ability to conceal himself, it would have been disastrous for Sauron to see him until the time comes when secrecy is no longer an option. The enemy has assumed the stone is in Orthanc, leading him to believe the hobbit is held captive there by Saruman. They need to act quickly before the enemy realizes his mistake. Gandalf decides to ride ahead with Peregrine Took. The king would take Éomer and 10 riders to join them at daybreak. The rest would follow Aragorn when ready to move. In the film, Gandalf discusses with Theoden, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli their next course of action. Gandalf realizes that Sauron thinks that Pippin has the ring. However, the book doesn't make this clear. Gandalf suggests that the beacons of Gondor should be lit so that the people of Middle-earth can unite under one banner. But then Theoden interjects by asking where Gondor was in Rohan's hour of need. Why should Rohan help Gondor now? Aragorn then suggests that he will go to Minas Tirith himself. But Gandalf has other plans for him. Gandalf instructs Aragorn to follow the river to look at the black ships. This conversation is excluded in the book. Suddenly, a colossal, winged figure glides across the moon. It circles and heads north, moving faster than any breeze in Middle-earth. Then, it vanishes. Gandalf looks upwards and announces that it's a Nazgul, the emissary of Mordor. Gandalf yells at everyone to ride and not wait for dawn. He dashes off, summoning Shadowfax as he goes. Aragorn trails behind. Approaching Pippin, Gandalf scoops him up. Shadowfax is already waiting. The wizard leaps onto the horse's back. Shadowfax soars effortlessly over the plains. In less than 60 minutes, they have already arrived at the fords of Isen and successfully crossed them. Pippin feels a sense of relief washing over him. Pippin is surprised that Gandalf is riding the horse bareback. Gandalf claims that Shadowfax doesn't need a harness because he willingly carries people. The film doesn't show a Nazgul tracking them. Instead, Gandalf and Pippin travel together by horse. Gandalf starts singing about a white tree. Pippin quickly asks him what he is singing about. The wizard replies that they are some of the rhymes of lore. It is about the Palantiri of the kings of old. The Orthanc stone is one. Pippin asks if it was made by the enemy, but Gandalf shakes his head. Neither Saruman nor Sauron could claim credit for the Palantiri. They were crafted by the Noldor in Eldamar, possibly by Feanor himself in ancient times. However, Sauron's corruption knows no bounds. Men have almost forgotten about the Palantiri. It is only known to a select few in Gondor and Arnor. Gandalf explains how the stones are strategically placed to allow long-distance communication and unity in Gondor. The main stone is located in Osgiliath, under the Dome of Stars. The other three are in the north at Anúminas, Amon Sul and Elendil's stone on the Tower Hills. Each of the Palantiri communicate with one another. However, those in Gondor always have a clear view of Osgiliath. The Palantir in Orthanc stands strong against time, just like the tower itself. However, it could only show distant images and events. Saruman has found it useful, but he wasn't satisfied. He kept looking further until he gazed upon Barad-dûr and was ensnared. Pippin wishes that he knew about all of this before. Then he might not have touched the stone. However, Gandalf tells him that he was foolish and knew exactly that he wasn't supposed to touch it. Pippin nods and promises that he would never do it again. Pippin then wants to know about the Dark Shadow, the messenger of Mordor. Gandalf explains that it was a Nazgul, a black rider with wings. It could have taken Pippin to the Dark Tower. The enemy might discover that Gandalf was present at Orthanc with hobbits, or he might find out that a descendant of Elendil was there with him. That's what worries Gandalf. So they are making haste towards Minas Tirith. In the film, Gandalf doesn't explain to Pippin what the Palantir does and what it means. He tries to preserve Pippin's innocence and shield him from harm. Book 4, Chapter 1, The Taming of Sméagol. It has been 3 days since they left the company. Frodo and Sam have lost track of time and they struggle through the desolate Emyn Muil. In the film, The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, Frodo wakes up from a nightmare and calls out to Gandalf. They often find themselves going in circles. There are mountains and smoke on the horizon. Occasionally, a tiny red glimmer would flicker upwards far away. They sniff the air and notice that something is off. It's Mordor. Frodo wishes that he can reach it quickly and make an end to this quest. In the film, Frodo sees the Tower of Barad-dûr and sees the Eye of Sauron and collapses onto the ground. This doesn't happen in the book. Frodo suggests that they must find a more sheltered spot and camp once more. Delay would place them in the enemy's hands. Orcs are prowling on the east bank. Frodo is tired and doesn't know what to do. He asks how much food they have left. Sam informs him that their provisions are sufficient. Sam and Frodo's Lembas bread in the opening scene of the film was actually created by the art department as shortbread cookies. In the extended version of the film, Sam asks Frodo to catch a little box before it falls onto the ground. It turns out to be seasoning that Sam wishes to use on a chicken. He has brought it all the way from the Shire. They find a stony hollow. They try to sleep as best they could in the cold. Sam asks Frodo if he has seen Gollum again. Frodo replies that he hasn't seen him for 2 nights now. Sam threatens to kill him if he ever gets his hands on the creature. Now, a massive grey cliff stands in front of them. Blinding lightning strikes the hills. Sam tumbles to the ground, while Frodo involuntarily releases his grip and covers his head and ears with his hands. He staggers, slips, and slides down with a mournful cry. Sam hears him and struggles to crawl to the edge. He calls out to Frodo, but he receives no response. His body trembles uncontrollably, but he manages to compose himself and call out once more. Frodo's feeble voice calls back. Everything is pitch black. He wonders if he has been blinded. Frodo says he can't see anything and he cannot move. Sam leans out trying to help, but Frodo is out of reach. Sam swiftly removes his pack and searches for his rope. He finds it and throws one end to his master. The darkness appears to dissipate from Frodo's eyes. Securing the end around his waist, Frodo leans forward and grips the line with both hands. With a combination of pulling and scrambling, Frodo ascends and collapses on the ground. Frodo remarks that he could have been half drowned down there or washed away completely. Frodo expresses his relief at being able to see again, mentioning that he had feared he had lost his sight due to the lightning. As night falls, they embark on the next leg of their journey. Eventually, they settle near a boulder under the cliff, feeling worn out and huddling together in the cold night as sleep overtakes them. Suddenly, they realize Gollum is on the cliff. Sam asks Frodo if he thinks Gollum knows where they are. Frodo isn't sure. Sam expresses his frustration and says that he has had enough of Gollum. They could hear Gollum's voice creaking and whistling. He is talking to himself. He asks himself where his precious could be. It belongs to him and he desires it. He says that thieves took it. He curses them. Andy Serkis's agent called him up to offer him 3 weeks of voiceover work in New Zealand for the role of Gollum. But when director Sir Peter Jackson saw Serkis's audition, he was so impressed that he decided to have him also perform the movements for the character. The actor revealed that he drew inspiration for Gollum's intense desperation and cravings from the experiences of heroin addicts going through withdrawal. Sam controls his urge to act. His gaze, filled with anger, remains fixed on the pitiful creature. Eventually, Gollum is only a few feet above the ground, directly over their heads. Suddenly, Gollum plummets down the cliff. Before Gollum could rise, Sam is already upon him. However, he soon realizes that Gollum is a more formidable opponent than he had anticipated. Despite Sam's efforts to gain control, Gollum's long limbs wrap around him and immobilizes his arms. Clammy fingers seek his throat. Suddenly, sharp teeth sink into Sam's shoulder. In a desperate move, Sam forcefully turns his head to the side, colliding with the creature's face. Gollum hisses and spits, refusing to release his hold. Fortunately, Frodo leaps to his aid, unsheathing Sting. Using his left hand, Frodo pulls back Gollum's head by his thin, greasy hair. Frodo commands Gollum to release his grip or he will be cut down. Gollum slumps down and becomes as limp. Sam stands up, rubbing his shoulder. His eyes burn with fury, yet he could not seek revenge. Sir Peter Jackson aimed for a performer-oriented approach with Gollum, a CGI character, so Andy Serkis, the voice of Gollum, donned a motion capture suit to bring the character to life. Serkis even acted alongside Elijah Wood, Frodo, and Sean Astin, Sam, on set to help the actors stay focused. In post-production, Gollum was composited over Serkis in shots where he appeared. Gollum begs not to be harmed and that he means no harm. Frodo admits that they can't kill him, but Sam disagrees. Sam thinks that if he had a chance, Gollum would have killed them. Frodo says that he pities the creature. Frodo firmly states that they would not let Gollum go. Gollum would have to accompany them while they keep a close watch on him. Gollum agrees, expressing willingness to guide them safely through the dark paths. Frodo informs him that they are heading to Mordor. Gollum reacts by covering his ears with his hands. He says that he doesn't want to go back there. The Gollum scene in The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, 2001, is quite different from the one in the subsequent movies. During the filming of the second movie, Peter Jackson realized that Andy Serkis's physical performance was crucial for bringing Gollum to life digitally. This led to Weta Digital altering the character's design by incorporating Serkis's facial features. Despite the tight deadline of 2.5 months to redo 2 years' worth of work, the final result was a blend of Serkis's father and newborn baby, according to Serkis himself. The hobbits settle down next to him, giving their legs a break. They understand that they must not fall asleep even for a moment. Gollum sits with his legs pulled up, eyes shut, yet he appears tense, as if contemplating or listening. Frodo and Sam exchange a glance, silently understanding each other. They then relax, leaning back and closing their eyes. Suddenly, with surprising agility, Gollum leaps forward into the darkness. However, Frodo and Sam are prepared. Sam swiftly pounces on him, while Frodo grabs his leg and brings him down. Sam retrieves the rope and ties it around Gollum's neck. Gollum starts screaming, emitting a thin, piercing sound that is truly dreadful to listen to. He squirms, attempting to reach his mouth to his ankle to bite the rope. Gollum swears that he will be loyal, and he swears it on the One Ring. However, Frodo forbids Gollum to touch or look at the ring. Gollum stands up and starts to paw at Frodo, groveling at his feet. Gollum promises that he will serve Frodo. Andy Serkis consumed numerous bottles of Gollum juice to ensure his throat stayed hydrated during his demanding vocal performance. Gollum engaged in an internal struggle in the book, much like in the movies, but the outcome was altered. Smeagol didn't completely get rid of Gollum, but he did confront him. Additionally, his former self, prior to the ring's influence, emerged due to Frodo's compassion. Sam is instructed to remove the rope by Frodo. Sam complies reluctantly. Gollum immediately stands up and starts moving around excitedly. Following this incident, there is a noticeable change in Gollum's behavior that lasts for a while. He speaks with less hissing and complaining. He is friendly and eager to please. Gollum would laugh and dance in response to jokes or kind words from Frodo, but would weep if reprimanded. Sam remains cautious and suspicious of Gollum, finding the new Smeagol even less likable than the old Gollum. Gollum's eyes and physical cues reflect his state of mind. When he's in treacherous Gollum mode, his eyes are narrow and his posture resembles that of a predatory wildcat, giving off a sinister vibe. On the other hand, friendly Gollum, Smeagol, has wider eyes and moves in a more childlike manner, exuding innocence and cuteness. This stark contrast is especially evident when his conflicting personalities clash. When Gollum utters the word murderer in the movie and Smeagol reacts with tears and whimpers, it becomes evident that this is a key to Smeagol's past. The genuine emotions of guilt and remorse over Deagol's murder hint that Smeagol, also known as Gollum, was not inherently evil, but rather a sorrowful, innocent creature who was twisted and tormented by the power of the One Ring. There's only one passage between the North End and the South End, Gollum declares. Orcs don't use it because they don't know it. The marshes stretch for miles and miles. Gollum leads the way. Sam calls out to Gollum, making sure to keep a close eye on him with the rope at the ready. Book 4, Chapter 2, The Passage of the Marshes. Gollum moves fast, making it hard for Frodo and Sam to keep up him. However, he appears to have no intention of escaping anymore. If they lag behind, he will stop and wait for them. Gollum gestures towards the marshes. The stench of the marshes reaches their noses. Gollum admits that he once came this way to hide from orcs. The hobbits follow as they descend into the darkness. Sam's mind is troubled because his master is adopting Gollum as a guide. There is also the issue of food. Sam observes Gollum's appearance and speculates that he might not be too picky about trying hobbit food if there are no fish available. In the Third Age, Smeagol's possession of the One Ring granted him an unnaturally long life, extending for centuries beyond what was typical for his kind. However, this longevity has come at a cost, as he has become increasingly deformed and mentally twisted due to the ring's corrupting influence. After some time, Frodo and Sam grow weary, but Gollum shows no signs of fatigue. Frodo then suggests that they should take a break. Gollum cautions that they are too exposed. There are orcs and other vile creatures nearby. But the trio settle down to rest. Frodo offers some of their food to Gollum. He asks Frodo if they have fish. Frodo says no and holds up a wafer of lembas and water. Gollum sniffs at the leaf and his expression transforms. He is disgusted and says that the leaves from the elf country stink. He then grabs a corner of the lembas and nibbles on it. He spits it out and a fit of coughing overtakes him. Gollum cannot eat hobbits' food. Frodo says that he can't feed him then. The hobbits consume their lembas in silence. Sam finds the taste to be much more enjoyable than it had been in a long time. In Peter Jackson's adaptation, Gollum is depicted as extremely thin with only 6 teeth. His toughness is attributed to his hobbit roots, and he despises light, avoiding it whenever possible. Despite being emaciated, he possesses a fierce, wiry strength. Gollum can effortlessly climb down cliffs impossible for Sam and Frodo, and is capable of making long leaps. He can also run extremely fast on all fours. Gollum's diet consists of raw meat, as he refuses to eat anything elvish due to its burning effect on him. Additionally, in Jackson's portrayal, Gollum has no apparent connection to Sauron. Sam suggests that Frodo should get some sleep while he keeps watch. Gollum curls up and drifts off to sleep. Sam stands up and gently nudges Gollum. Gollum's hands uncurls and twitches slightly, but he does not stir. Sam leans in and whispers close to his ear, yet there is no reaction. Sam is convinced that Gollum is truly asleep. Realizing he, himself, has slept for at least 9 hours, Sam springs to his feet. He feels a surge of energy and hunger. Frodo is still asleep, lying stretched out on his side, but Gollum is nowhere to be found. Sam calls for Gollum to return, but there is no sign of him. Frodo wakes up, not sure what is happening. Frodo reassures Sam that Gollum will return to them. In the meantime, Sam has taken stock of their food supply. They only have enough provisions for about 3 weeks. Frodo expresses uncertainty about how long it will take to complete their mission. Gollum has finally returned and the group continues their journey. They are now on the northern fringes of the marshes. Frodo isn't very keen on the idea of traveling through the foul-smelling marshes, but Gollum insists that this is the better route. They move slowly in a single line. Gollum, Sam, Frodo. Frodo frequently falls behind. They reach the heart of the dead marshes, surrounded by darkness. Sam is startled when he sees faint lights. Some resemble dim smoke and others misty flames. Gollum calls them deceiving lights and candles of the dead. He implores Frodo and Sam not to look at them nor follow them. As they move forward once more, Sam stumbles. His foot is caught in an ancient root. He falls heavily onto his hands, which sink deep into the viscous mud. His face is perilously close to the surface of the dark pool. He notices dead faces in the water. He desperately wants to know who they are. Frodo says that he sees the faces of elves, men, and orcs in the water. Gollum confirms that they are decayed. A great battle occurred long ago between elves, men, and orcs. They battled on the plain for days and months at the Black Gates. Yet the marshes have expanded since then, consuming the graves. Sam is astonished because that war happened an age ago. Gollum doesn't know if it is sorcery or not. Gollum warns them that if they fall into the water, they will join the dead ones. In Peter Jackson's film trilogy, the dead marshes are depicted as misty ponds with bursts of fire instead of the candle-like flames described in the book. Frodo even tumbles into one of the ponds, where eerie figures emerge and encircle him, reaching out before Gollum rescues him. Suddenly, a dark shadow is released from Mordor. It is a colossal figure with wings. It emits a chilling cry and departs towards the west. They quickly lie down on the chilly ground, yet the shadow returns, passing directly above them. It then vanishes, soaring back to Mordor. Gollum tells them that it was a wraith. Wraiths observe everything. Nothing can escape their notice. They report all to him. He sees and he knows. Frodo remains silent, scarcely uttering a word. He doesn't voice any complaints, but he seems burdened by something. He is walking slower and wants to take more and more breaks. As Frodo approaches the gates of Mordor, he feels the ring around his neck becoming increasingly heavy. However, it is the presence of the eye that troubles him the most. The eye is a powerful force. It tries to pierce through all obstacles to see and fixate on him. Frodo is keenly aware of the direction and strength of the eye's will. He could sense it even with his eyes closed. For 2 more nights, they push on through the barren, pathless land. The dead marshes and the Noman lands are dreadful. The pools are choked with ash and crawling muds. They are thirsty, but they can only consume a few drops from their bottles. The hobbits then take turns keeping watch. It is Frodo's turn to stand guard. Suddenly, Sam wakes up. He thinks he has heard his master calling, but Frodo is asleep. Gollum is beside him. He is talking to himself. A pale light and a green light alternate in his eyes as he speaks. Smeagol states that he has made a vow to protect the precious. He must make sure that it does not fall into his hands. Then Gollum replies that the hobbit shouldn't have it. Smeagol promises to behave very, very well and that he is loyal to his master. Gollum replies that they should take the precious and keep it to themselves. Then they will become the masters. Gollum hates Bagginses. He could be great with the precious. Smeagol moans that there are 2 hobbits. Gollum's elongated hand slowly extends towards Frodo, but as Smeagol interjects, eventually both arms reach towards his neck. Sam has remained motionless. He is only observing. Gollum is succumbing to the irresistible allure of the ring. In the film, Sam attacks Gollum after he sees him talking to himself near a pond. Gollum was whispering that he would kill the hobbits. Frodo then intercedes and takes Gollum's side, expressing how essential he is in their journey. In the book, Frodo feels invigorated. He has been in a dreamlike state. The weight of his burden seems to have lessened. Gollum greets him with joy. He giggles, babbles, and paws at Frodo's legs. Frodo smiles back at him. Frodo promises Gollum that if he takes them to the gate, then he will be set free. Gollum is surprised and frightened that the hobbits want to go to the gate. However, he agrees to take them. They then slowly make their way through the desolate land. Book 4, Chapter 3. The Black Gate is closed. Their journey to Mordor has come to an end before the break of the next day. To the west of Mordor stretches the ominous Ephel Duath, the Mountains of Shadow. To the north lies the rugged peaks and desolate ridges of Ered Lithui. These ranges converge to form a great wall around the desolate plains of Lithlad and Gorgoroth. The inland sea of Nirnen lies at its center. Between the converging arms of the mountains lies Cirith Gorgor, the haunted pass. This is the gateway to the land of the enemy. The pass is guarded by two sheer hills. There are two formidable towers. They were built by the men of Gondor long ago, but they have fallen into disrepair after Sauron's defeat. But they are restored and manned once more upon his return. The Dark Lord has constructed a stone rampart across the mouth of the pass. It spans from cliff to cliff. At the center stands a single iron gate. It is constantly patrolled. Below the hills on both sides, the rock is riddled with numerous caves and maggot holes. Hordes of orcs wait there. The two hobbits observe the towers and wall with a sense of hopelessness. They lie hidden, peering over the edge of a rocky hollow. Suddenly, the sound of brazen trumpets pierces the air. The watchtowers blare their warning. The horns and drums of Barad-dûr echo ominously. The night guards are called to their dungeons and deep halls. Then the day guards march to their assigned posts. Their steel weapons are gleaming on the battlement. In the film adaptation, Frodo and Sam scale a rugged cliff until they find themselves gazing down at the Black Gate. Gollum, feeling anxious, watches as Frodo makes the decision to proceed. They spot a battalion of Easterlings advancing toward the gate, which is swung open by trolls. Seeking a better vantage point, Sam steps onto a precarious rock, only for it to give way beneath him, sending him tumbling down the slope. Two Easterlings notice the disturbance and approach to investigate. Frodo quickly reaches Sam, who is trapped, and drapes his elven cloak over them, making them blend in with the surrounding boulders. The Easterlings, oblivious to the hobbit's presence, look around but see nothing unusual before returning to their march into Mordor. In the book, the hobbits are not sure what to do now. Gollum tells them that they cannot proceed because they will be caught. Sam is angry that Gollum knew that they wouldn't be able to go through the gate. He then withheld this information from them, but Gollum blames Frodo for insisting that he should bring them here. Frodo sides with Gollum yet again, but Frodo insists on continuing this route and he chooses to do so alone. Gollum pleads desperately that Frodo should take him along. Sam remains silent. He is determined to continue standing by Frodo. Gollum, however, has other plans and desperately pleads for an alternative route. Frodo considers Gollum's proposal with skepticism. Smeagol declares that he intends to enter Mordor through this route. Moreover, he has made a promise to protect the precious. Sam is unsure if there is indeed an alternative route into Mordor. He believes that if Gollum knew Frodo's plan to destroy the ring, they would cause trouble. Stinker, in particular, is terrified of the enemy and would likely betray them to avoid being caught aiding them or to prevent the destruction of his precious. Sam hopes that Frodo would carefully consider these factors, as he is wise but also compassionate. In the film, just as the final Easterlings pass through the Black Gate, Frodo attempts to dash into Mordor before it shuts, but Gollum intervenes to halt him. Frodo makes another attempt to reach the gate, but once more, Gollum intervenes. This time, he reveals to Frodo that there exists a different route into Mordor, one that is shrouded in darkness and secrecy. Curious, Frodo inquires if this alternative truly exists. Ultimately, he chooses to follow Gollum's hidden path, despite Sam's objections. The scene concludes with the ominous sound of the Black Gate shutting. Frodo notices a great commotion and movement on the plain. It appears as if entire armies are on the move. However, they are mostly concealed by the smoke and fumes drifting from the marshes and desolate areas beyond. He could occasionally glimpse the glint of spears and helmets, and groups of horsemen riding alongside the roads. These are men of a different race from the vast Eastlands, gathering in response to their overlord's call. The Easterlings, once referred to as the swarthy men in ancient times, were a group of humans who came to inhabit the expansive, unexplored territories of Rhûn, located to the east of Mordor and the Sea of Rhûn. Frequently at odds with the Free Peoples, a significant number of them initially allied with Morgoth and later pledged their loyalty to his successor, Sauron. Nevertheless, a faction of these men rose up against the Dark Lords, aided by the Blue Wizards. Frodo quickly pulls his frail grey hood over his head and descends into the dell. Frodo then calls out to Sméagol and asks him for help. Frodo also admits that Sméagol has proven himself worthy and that he has kept his promise. Frodo again warns him of the ring and its power. It could only lead to Sméagol's downfall. Frodo adds that if he were to put the ring on, he would be able to command Sméagol, even if it is against his will. Then, Frodo insists that Gollum shows them the new path into Mordor. The road west of Efelduarth would eventually reach a junction surrounded by dark trees. To the right, a path leads to Osgiliath and the bridges of the Anduin. In the center, the road continued southwards. Gollum tells them that they shouldn't go in that direction. It stretches for 100 leagues until one reaches the great water that never rests. There are plenty of fish there, and large birds that feed on fish. Beyond that, there are more lands and the inhabitants are fierce. Gollum has no desire to take them there. Gollum adds that there is a third path. It is the route to the left. There is an ancient fortress. Frodo identifies it as Minas Ithil, built by Isildur. He was the man who had cut off the finger of the enemy. Gollum shudders, mentioning that the enemy only had 4 fingers on the Black Hand. Frodo asks what the Tower of the Moon has to do with them. Gollum replies that it was once tall and beautiful, but not anymore. Sauron had conquered it many years ago. It has now become a place of great dread. Travelers tremble at the sight of it. However, Frodo must pass through that route. It is the only alternative. The mountains are lower in that direction, and the ancient path ascends higher and higher. Then it reaches a sinister pass at the summit. It will then descend once more to Gorgoroth. Sam wonders whether this path will be guarded by the enemy. Gollum tells them that it appears vacant, but it is not. Terrible creatures reside there. Orcs and even more fearsome beings dwell there. The entities within are aware, the Silent Watchers. Sam can't understand why they should undertake another lengthy journey south and find themselves in a worse position. Gollum denies the possibility of an attack. He explains that Sauron's eye does not see everything at once. Sam questions Gollum's knowledge of Sauron's plans. Gollum defensively responds, highlighting his interactions with various groups and the widespread knowledge of Sauron's actions. One day, and that day may be soon, he will emerge from the Black Gate. This is the sole route through which large armies can advance. Sméagol assures them that he has discovered the route and he knows the way. It was through this route that Sméagol escaped the darkness, but that was many years ago. The path may have disappeared by now. Sam expresses his dislike for the situation. Frodo suspects that the escape might have been permitted or orchestrated by the Dark Tower. Gollum is clearly withholding information. In the film, Gollum doesn't explain in detail the other roads to Mordor. He simply tells them about the third path, which is dark and dangerous. The hobbits quickly agree and don't ask too many questions, nor do they hesitate for too long. Suddenly, Sam thinks he sees a dark, bird-like figure swoop into his line of vision. It pauses and soars away. 2 more follow suit, and then a 4th. Frodo also senses it. He fidgets and quivers. Gollum curls up like a trapped spider. The winged figures circle, then abruptly dive down, swiftly returning to Mordor. Sam draws in a deep breath and tells Frodo and Gollum that the riders are back flying above them. Frodo decides that they will go on the third perilous path. Fell beasts resembling wyverns have been created by Sauron to serve as mounts for his Nazgûl. These creatures, not quite dragons, hail from a distant era in Middle-earth's history. Sauron intended them to rival the noble great eagles, who fought on the side of good. Additionally, they were known for their noxious odor. When the 9 Nazgûl were defeated at the ford of Brunnen close to Rivendell, they were mounted on pitch-black steeds. These horses met their end in the torrent unleashed by Elrond's intervention, which drove the Nazgul away as they chased Frodo. In Peter Jackson's film trilogy, the fell beasts are portrayed as wyverns, resembling two-legged, flying serpentine creatures akin to dragons. Their heads are snake-like, lacking beaks but equipped with sharp teeth and massive talons. Despite these differences, their role remains consistent with the novels. Fell beasts are formidable creatures, serving as deadly offensive predators, especially when ridden by the Nazgul. They have the ability to either bite their prey or swoop down on them, causing chaos among enemies or crushing them outright. Book 4, Chapter 4, of Herbs and Stewed Rabbit. As the remaining hours of daylight dwindle, they take a moment to rest, moving into the shade as the sun shifts across the sky. Eventually, the shadows cast by the western edge of their dell stretch long, and darkness envelops the hollow. They share a modest meal and sip water cautiously. Gollum, however, does not partake in food, but eagerly accepts the water offered to him. But he feels an intense hunger gnawing at him and places his broad, flat hands on his emaciated stomach. Sam, Frodo, and Gollum make their way through the barren expanse of Mordor. A solitary red light flickers high atop the towers of the Teeth, casting an eerie glow, yet there is no other indication of the vigilant watch at the Morannon. For miles, that crimson gaze seems to follow them as they hurry through the desolate, rocky terrain. They avoid the main road, keeping it to their left and trying to trace its path from a safe distance. Finally, as the night begins to wane and fatigue sets in after only a brief pause, the eye shrinks to a tiny, glowing dot before disappearing entirely. They have navigated around the dark northern slope of the lower mountains and are now making their way southward. Feeling a peculiar sense of lightness in their hearts, they settle down to rest once more, though their reprieve is short-lived. Gollum is growing impatient with their pace. According to his calculations, the distance from the Morannon to the crossroads above Osgiliath is nearly 30 leagues, and he intends to make that journey in just 4 trips. Reluctantly, they press on again as the dawn begins to unfurl in the vast grey emptiness around them. By that point, they have covered nearly 8 leagues, and the hobbits find themselves unable to continue, even if they have the courage to try. Slowly, they begin to notice a transformation in the landscape. It is becoming lusher, more aromatic and less desolate, a change they welcome with open hearts. As is their custom, they journey under the cover of night and find rest during the day. They stick close to the edges of the road, wary of the dangers that lurk. Their food supplies are running low, causing them concern. After several days of travel, they reach a land once known as Ithilien, filled with lush woods and babbling streams. Ithilien thrived as a beautiful and flourishing region during the Second Age and the early years of the Third Age, characterized by lush forests and vibrant gardens, a time when Gondor stood tall and Mordor lay empty. Its principal city was once Minas Ithil, but following its capture by Mordor in TA 2002, it was renamed Minas Morgul. In the wake of this event, the inhabitants slowly moved across the Anduin River to evade the growing menace of the ring wraiths emerging from Minas Morgul. Gollum coughs and splutters amidst the greenery, while the hobbits celebrate the return of life and water. They pause by a stream to quench their thirst and refresh themselves. Afterward, they search for a place to rest and conceal themselves, for although this land appeared beautiful, it was now under the dominion of the enemy. They have not ventured far from the path, yet in that brief distance they have encountered the remnants of past battles and the fresh scars inflicted by orcs and other vile minions of the Dark Lord. A pit filled with unclean waste, trees brutally chopped down and left to rot, marked with sinister runes or the ominous symbol of the eye crudely carved into their bark. Yet the gnawing hunger still plagues them. Sam sends Gollum off to forage for food, reminding him that hobbit fare differs greatly from what he is used to. As Sam watches Frodo sleep, he notices the subtle lines of age on his friend's face and feels a profound love for him. Gollum comes back with a catch of rabbits, but instead of cooking them, he opts to eat them fresh. Meanwhile, Sam takes it upon himself to whip up a delicious meal for both him and Frodo, asking Gollum once more to fetch some wild herbs for his rabbit stew. When Frodo stirs awake, he notices the flames of the cooking fire. Sam excitedly shares the news of the delightful dinner in the works, but Frodo cautions him about the risks of having a fire out in the open. In the film, Frodo and Sam rest in Ithilien. Then, Smeagol returns from his hunt, proudly displaying 2 rabbits he has caught. He chuckles to himself, but Frodo glances at Sam, who remains unimpressed. Smeagol starts to devour the rabbits raw, prompting Sam to intervene, taking the rabbits away to prepare a stew with potatoes. Smeagol is visibly upset, accusing Sam of ruining his meal, insisting he prefers them raw and wriggling. Meanwhile, Frodo hears strange bird calls and decides to investigate the area. Climbing a low ridge, he spots a large group of soldiers marching through the land. Sam and Smeagol soon join him, and Smeagol reveals that these soldiers serve Sauron, who is mobilizing his forces for war against Middle-earth. As they prepare to leave, Sam spots an Oliphaunt, and both he and Frodo gaze at it in awe. Smeagol, feeling uneasy, slips away as the peculiar bird calls grow louder. Suddenly, arrows begin to rain down on the soldiers. Faramir notices the 2 hobbits, and as an Oliphaunt approaches, he shoots an arrow, striking down a soldier riding it, who falls near Frodo and Sam. Just as they attempt to escape, Faramir and a group of Gondorians capture them. When they claim to be innocent travelers, Faramir retorts, "There are no travelers in this land, only servants of the Dark Tower." Frodo explains that their mission is secretive and that those who oppose the enemy should not obstruct them. Faramir ponders Frodo's mention of enemy, then approaches the fallen Haradrim soldier, reflecting, "His sense of duty was no less than yours, I deem." Turning back to Frodo, he states, "War will make corpses of us all," and orders his men to bind their hands. Out of nowhere, Frodo and Sam catch the sound of voices close by, and they spot 4 tall men brandishing spears. The warriors speculate whether the hobbits might be elves or possibly orcs. One of the men introduces himself as Faramir, the captain of Gondor. The hobbits clarify that they are halflings. Faramir informs them that travelers are not permitted in his territory without an invitation. Frodo then explains how they became separated from Aragorn and Boromir. Upon hearing Boromir's name, Faramir's demeanor shifts, becoming serious and alert. In the film, Faramir only introduces himself later after binding and blindfolding Frodo and Sam. He also separates them from Gollum and heavily questions the hobbits about their quest. Mablung and Damrod, 2 vigilant guards, keep a watchful eye on Frodo and Sam, sharing tales of their foes, the Southrons, who pose a looming threat. Sam's curiosity peaks as he questions the whereabouts of Gollum. In an instant, the sounds of conflict erupt nearby, accompanied by shouts of Gondor. In the film, Sam and Frodo pretend like they don't know anything about Gollum and deny their association with the creature. In the book, Damrod informs them that the Southrons have launched an attack and that Faramir's forces are preparing to confront them. The hobbits scramble to a vantage point, eager to witness the chaos of their first battle among men. Out of nowhere, Damrod shouts for assistance from a massive, elephant-like beast known as the Mumak, which emerges from the woods and tramples the foes. Sam is thrilled to have witnessed his first Oliphaunt, as the creature is referred to. Damrod advises the hobbits to rest, as the Gondor captain will soon be back, and they must escape from the enemy. Sam responds that the Gondor forces won't bother him when they make their exit. Damrod counters that it's unlikely the captain will permit Sam to remain behind. Instead, he will insist that Sam accompany the troops. In the film, the attack happens before the hobbits are caught. Frodo and Sam are secretly watching the Oliphaunt, but are then caught by men from Gondor. Book 4, Chapter 5, The Window on the West. Sam drifts into slumber and awakens on March 7th to find Faramir questioning Frodo. Faramir is eager to learn why the hobbits have embarked on their journey from Rivendell and the circumstances surrounding their separation from Boromir. Faramir, the younger sibling of Boromir, is the second son of Denethor II. Following the death of his brother, he has taken on the roles of Captain of the Rangers of Ithilien and Captain of the White Tower. When Faramir was just 5 years old, he faced the loss of his mother, Finduilas. This tragedy led Denethor to withdraw emotionally from his family. In the wake of this, the bond between Faramir and his older brother Boromir, who was 10 at the time, deepened significantly. Filled with affection, Even though Denethor clearly favoured Boromir, there was no sense of jealousy or competition between the brothers. Boromir took on the role of protector, while Faramir admired him greatly. Although they shared striking similarities in their dark hair and grey eyes, their personalities were quite different. Boromir was known for his boldness and prowess as a warrior, while Faramir's bravery was often overlooked due to his gentle demeanour and passion for knowledge and music. Boromir is aware of a prophecy that foretells a halfling would come bearing a significant treasure, and he presses Frodo for details about this item. Frodo replies vaguely, stating he is merely on a mission to deliver it elsewhere. In the book, when Faramir pressed Frodo for answers, Frodo replies that he is being truthful and is hiding nothing. However, in the film adaptation, Frodo deceives Faramir regarding the creature of the wild that had been accompanying them, referring to Gollum. Frodo struggles to refrain from speaking poorly of Boromir, despite the fact that Boromir has attempted to take the ring for himself. Faramir, knowing Boromir has perished and trying to manipulate Frodo, claims that Boromir would clarify everything upon his arrival. Unbeknownst to Frodo, Boromir is dead. Faramir insinuates that he suspects Frodo of having betrayed Boromir. Faramir discloses to Frodo that Boromir was his sibling. He inquires if Frodo remembers any specific item that belonged to Boromir, and Frodo recalls the Great Horn. Faramir shares a poignant memory of gazing at the sea, where he either dreamt or truly witnessed Boromir adrift in a boat, his horn shattered. The Great Horn served as a treasured heirloom of the House of Hurin until it met its end on the 26th of February TA 3019. Crafted from the wild white kine of Arrol of Run, it bore a resemblance to an aurochs. The horn itself was white, adorned with silver tips and engraved with ancient symbols. According to legend, blowing the horn within the ancient borders of Gondor would ensure that its call would be heard. Faramir expresses his belief that Boromir is journeying to the realm of the dead, having met his end. Frodo suggests it is likely just a dream, as Boromir has set out to return home through the fields of Rohan, far from any water. Overcome with sorrow, Faramir speaks to the deceased Boromir, yearning for clarity about the events leading to his brother's demise. While he senses that something has gone awry, his suspicions towards Frodo have faded. In the film, Faramir informs the hobbits of his brother's demise and that his body has been found. Faramir informs the hobbits that he needs to escort them back to Minas Tirith, the magnificent city of Gondor. During their journey, he praises Frodo for his honesty, even though he is aware that Frodo has chosen not to reveal the hobbits' feelings about Boromir. Faramir has made another attempt to gather details about the precious item he refers to as Isildur's Bane, which he suspects Frodo is carrying. He believes that this object might have contributed to Boromir's demise, possibly due to the strife it caused among the men. Frodo clarifies that there have been no discord within their ranks, leading Faramir to conclude that Boromir is the sole source of the trouble. Faramir instructs his men to blindfold Frodo and Sam, ensuring they remain unaware of the secret hideout's location. Once the blindfolds are lifted, the hobbits are greeted by the breathtaking sight of the Window of the Sunset, a name Faramir has given to the waterfall-draped opening of the cave, where they seek refuge. Faramir graciously provides Frodo and Sam with food and drink. As they enjoy their meal, he shares tales of Gondor's past splendor and its subsequent decline, explaining how the kingdom has ceded land to the Rohirrim in exchange for military support. During their conversation, Sam inadvertently reveals that Boromir has sought the ring. Faramir is taken aback by his brother's actions, but appreciates Sam's candor, assuring them that he has no desire to possess the ring himself. Frodo then explains his quest to cast the ring into the crack of doom to ensure its destruction, leaving Faramir in awe. Suddenly, Frodo is overcome by fatigue and slumps at the table. Faramir and Sam help him to bed, where Sam voices his newfound trust in Faramir. In the film, Faramir doesn't tell the hobbits any tales about Gondor, and Sam doesn't tell him about Boromir. Faramir is not yet aware that the ring is in Frodo's possession, and he had no idea which quest his brother was on before his untimely death. Also, it is Gollum who reveals to Faramir that Frodo has stolen the ring. The portrayal of Faramir and the Rangers of Ithilien underwent significant changes in the film adaptation. In the original book, Faramir stands in stark contrast to his brother, even before he comprehended the significance of Isildur's Bane from his dream. He pledges to Frodo that he would never seek the ring or covet it, even to protect Gondor. However, in the movie, upon realizing that Frodo possesses the enemy's ring, he chooses to take both Frodo and Sam to the White City instead of letting them continue their journey freely. Unlike his brother, he does not attempt to claim the ring for himself, but he does plan to present it to his father as a gift. Additionally, he remains calm when Frodo refuses to hand over the ring. In the book, Faramir and his men are depicted as wise, trustworthy, and compassionate. They treat Gollum with care and kindness when they capture him. In contrast, the film shows Faramir's men being violent towards Gollum, which starkly contradicts the noble character of Gondor's people. Book 4, Chapter 6, The Forbidden Pool. Frodo is stirred from his sleep in the late hours of the night. Faramir wants to talk to him about a particular issue. In his groggy state, Frodo asks if it is already morning. Faramir replies that dawn is just beginning to break, but they need to depart immediately. Faramir leads the hobbit to a cliff overlooking the river, where Sam soon joins them. In Peter Jackson's film adaptation, Faramir leads Frodo to the pool without Sam, and Sam remains asleep. He doesn't join them. For a moment, Frodo contemplates the reason for his abrupt awakening to witness the river. Sam shares his curiosity as well, commenting on the beauty of the scenery, but suggesting that it does not warrant such an early rise. Faramir clarifies that the view is not their purpose for being there. He instructs Frodo to look down and identify a small dark figure moving in the forbidden pool. Upon peering down, Frodo recognizes Gollum, who has stealthily followed them, remaining unnoticed by Faramir's men until that moment. Faramir wants to know about the nature of the creature, while his men questions whether they should attempt to kill it. Frodo implores them not to take such action. In the film, Faramir threatens to have his men shoot Gollum with arrows, but Frodo intercedes and begs them not to hurt the creature. Faramir was testing whether or not Frodo was lying to him. By wanting to save the creature, Frodo has proven himself untrustworthy. In the book, Faramir questions if Gollum is aware of the treasure that Frodo possesses. Frodo confirms that Gollum is indeed knowledgeable about it and has previously carried it himself. He further clarifies that Gollum is primarily seeking fish to eat. In the film, Gollum is happily playing in the pool and catching fish. Faramir, his men, and Frodo then look down and discuss the creature. At this point in the movie, Faramir is not yet aware that Frodo is carrying the ring. Gollum only tells him later in captivity. In the book, Faramir's guard reminds him that the penalty for trespassing in their realm is death. In response, Frodo offers to communicate with Gollum directly. He approaches the water and calls out to the creature, who sulks about feeling forsaken and initially refuses to come forth. Ultimately, Frodo succeeds in convincing Gollum to leave the water, guiding him toward the location where Faramir's men await. The soldiers capture Gollum, who, feeling betrayed by Frodo, spits at him as he is taken away. In the film, it is Faramir who tells Frodo that trespassing is a grave punishment. Also, Gollum doesn't spit at Frodo while he is being captured. Instead, he screams out for help. A bag is then placed over his head so that he won't see where he is being taken. In the book, Faramir insists on questioning Gollum, who is initially reluctant to cooperate. Frodo tries to convince the creature to place its trust in him. Faramir asks if Gollum has ever visited this region before, to which Gollum asserts that he has not. Although Faramir harbors doubts about Gollum's honesty, he eventually accepts the creature's claim as truthful. Frodo maintains his position that Gollum should not be harmed, pleading with Faramir's men to refrain from inflicting any injury upon him. Faramir consents, providing that Gollum would be regarded as Frodo's servant. In the film, Faramir privately converses with Gollum. Frodo is not present. Faramir only asks Gollum what his business with the hobbits are, and he replies that they have stolen his precious. By this time in the book, Faramir is already aware that Frodo has the ring and doesn't show any surprise as he does in the film. In the book, Faramir cautions Frodo in private to remain vigilant regarding Gollum, whom he still finds untrustworthy. Nevertheless, he remarks on the malevolence that seems to be developing within Gollum and expresses curiosity about how this creeping thing has previously acquired the ring. Faramir suggests that in the future, when both he and Frodo are old and confined to chairs, Frodo could recount the tale to him. Additionally, Faramir advises against Frodo's journey over the mountains. He warns them of the significant dangers that lie ahead. Frodo responds that this is the only path available to him. He needs to avoid the gates of Mordor they have previously encountered. Faramir remarks that the endeavor is a futile one. In the film, Faramir approaches Frodo after talking to Gollum. He wishes to see the One Ring. He is clearly tempted by the ring and reveals his dark side to the hobbits. This is something that doesn't happen in the book. Faramir never shows that he is tempted like his brother was. Frodo then panics and begs Faramir to let them go. Sam tries his best to explain to Faramir that the ring is a burden to Frodo. Faramir then states that the ring will go to Gondor. The Two Towers film has Faramir not permit Frodo, Sam, and Gollum to leave, opting instead to escort them and the ring to Gondor. He transports them to Osgiliath, and it is only when the Nazgul assault the city and Frodo faces imminent capture that he allows their escape. Jackson has explained that he required an additional adventure to prolong Frodo and Sam's journey, as the sequence at Cirith Ungol was shifted to the third film, necessitating a new climax. According to Tolkien's timeline, Frodo and Sam had merely reached the Black Gate at the moment of Isengard's downfall. Jackson contends that it was essential for Faramir to experience temptation from the ring, as all other characters in his films do, and that portraying Faramir as immune would create inconsistency for the audience. Book 4, Chapter 7, Journey to the Crossroads. Frodo and Sam return to their beds and rest. They are later given water and led to a table where Faramir joins them for breakfast. Faramir informs them that his scouts have found the land empty with no signs of movement or sounds from the road. He has arranged for some additional food to be packed for their journey. Faramir urges them to hurry before the sun rises and warns of an impending storm. As they prepare to leave, Gollum is brought out and appears more content, though he stays close to Frodo and avoids looking at Faramir. Faramir informs them that Gollum will need to be blindfolded, but they, along with Samwise, are not required to be blindfolded if they prefer. Gollum reacts anxiously as they prepare to blindfold him, and Frodo requests that they blindfold all three of them, starting with him, to show Gollum no harm is intended. They continue walking while still blindfolded until Faramir instructs them to uncover their eyes. Faramir advises them not to head east yet. He suggests they continue straight, staying close to the woodland edge for cover. Faramir then embraces the hobbits in his customary way, placing his hands on their shoulders and kissing their foreheads, wishing them well. In the film, Faramir and his band of rangers from Ithilien guide Frodo and Sam towards Osgiliath. As they approach, they notice plumes of smoke billowing from the city, a clear indication that it is being besieged by the armies of Mordor. Frodo sees distant, shadowy remains of old towers. He then asks Gollum if he knows their location. Gollum explains that they are on the road leading from the Tower of the Moon to a ruined city by the river. He warns that the ruined city is dangerous and full of enemies. Frodo asks what they should do considering their long journey and suggests finding a hidden place in the woods to rest. Gollum counters that they should hide during the day rather than at night. Sam insists on resting now, even if they have to continue their journey later in the dark. Gollum reluctantly agrees and leads them eastward along the edge of the woods. They find a large holm oak with thick branches to rest in, avoiding the nearby road. Gollum warns the hobbits that daybreak is approaching and urges them to hurry, as staying exposed is unsafe. He increases his pace and they follow him. The mountains of Ephel Duath loom ominously in the distance. The Ephel Duath, often referred to as the Outer Fence or the Mountains of Shadow, forms a formidable mountain range that defines the western and southern boundaries of Mordor. Gollum recommends that they must go soon to the crossroads. Frodo and Sam eat a little food and lie down. Gollum, however, remains restless. He drinks some water but refuses their food and begins to sniff around under the bushes before suddenly disappearing. Sam then expresses his dislike for Gollum, admitting he would be least sorry to lose him on their journey. Sam hopes Gollum isn't up to any tricks and expresses concern that if Gollum falls into other hands, it could lead to trouble. As they discuss the ominous noises and tremors, Frodo feels their journey might be nearing its end. But Sam tries to stay positive. It is the afternoon and they are resting. Frodo is restless and troubled in his sleep. Time drags for Sam until he suddenly hears a hissing sound and sees Gollum on all fours. He is peering at them with gleaming eyes. Gollum insists they must leave immediately. Sam is wary, suspecting Gollum of having some trick up his sleeve and doubting the urgency of his claims. Gollum hisses at them, emphasizing the need to move quickly. His fear and agitation are clear as he claws at Frodo, who, alarmed, grabs him in response. Gollum manages to free himself and retreats. Despite Sam's deep mistrust and Frodo's unspoken concerns, they follow Gollum, moving stealthily under the deepening darkness. The crossroads lies before them, marked by ancient trees that bear the scars of countless storms. Frodo and Sam feel a chill creep into their bones as they step closer to the crossroads. The ancient trees cast long shadows, creating an almost tangible sense of unease. They follow Gollum's lead, moving cautiously to the center of the crossroads. There, they could see the road stretching off in different directions. The road that lies behind them leads to the Morannon, the dark and dreaded Black Gate. Before them, the road stretches southward on its long and treacherous journey. To their right, the road from Old Osgiliath climbs up and crosses. It is this fourth path, the one they are to take, that is now their focus. Once overseen by the noble men of Gondor, who cultivated towering trees and erected a grand statue of their king, the crossroads have sadly succumbed to Sauron's dominion during the War of the Ring. The statue, once a symbol of pride, has been desecrated by orcs. Its head is shattered and replaced with a crude stone likeness. Frodo and Sam prepare to take the path that lies before them, stepping forward into the unknown. A significant alteration between the book and film adaptations lies in the conclusion of The Two Towers. Frodo Baggins and Samwise Gamgee persuade Faramir to allow them to proceed with their quest. Taking Gollum along as their guide to Mordor, the sly creature subtly suggests that he has plans to deceive the hobbits by directing them to her. In Tolkien's The Two Towers, Frodo, Sam, and Gollum encounter a terrifying creature known as Shelob, a gigantic ancient spider that appears to fatally sting Frodo. In a desperate battle, Sam uses the Phial of Galadriel to fend off the monstrous spider and takes on the responsibility of the ring himself. However, he soon discovers that Frodo is not dead, but merely paralyzed and has been captured by orcs. This particular scene was shot for The Return of the King, not for The Two Towers. The scenes featuring Shelob were used in the final film. The main reason for rearranging the scenes was to establish a more cohesive and straightforward storyline. Jackson noted that featuring Shelob in The Two Towers would leave Frodo and Sam with minimal action in The Return of the King, essentially just waiting for the eagles after tossing the ring.
And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.